Oh, well, hello people, how are we doing? Hope you are all fantastic on this Tuesday. Hope you can hear me okay. Let me know if there's a little bit of background information or if there's a bit of feedback coming through. Let me just get a share up in here. Hopefully you can see this okay. Let's have a quick look now. Let's grab my screen up in here. Where am I? There we go. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Remy. How are we doing, guys, on this beautiful Tuesday? It is Tuesday, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I have to look at my phone then. Trying to get the correct camera angle going on over here. Where am I? There we go. So how are we doing? Let us know if you are in any trades this morning. I hope you're all doing absolutely fantastic. First time in the markets right now, so let's have a quick look. Went through a bit of a losing streak, as you guys are well aware. Managed to sort of get out of that losing streak. However, even though we got out of the losing streak, okay, we went into a losing trade yesterday. So let's see if we can dive into a little bit of some market structure. But first things first, I feel like I'm talking to myself, so I'm going to put on a bit of background music. A little bit better. A little bit of background music, and let's have a quick dive into who is in chat this morning. So, like I said, guys, do let us know in chat if you're seeing a little bit of sort of glitchiness or if the Wi-Fi is dropping out. It seems okay now, but I was having a little bit of problems earlier. Luckily, the Wi-Fi guys are actually coming out to fix it tomorrow after pretty much what feels like a lifetime, but was actually a month of bad Wi-Fi. So hopefully it'll be all sorted tomorrow and I can chat to you guys and look forward to the streams again instead of dreading them. And I'll be able to bring my charts up for you guys. But first things first, let's have a quick catch up with chat. Henry coming out this morning. Good evening, Henry. To you too as well, my man. 5:38, so 20 to 6 in the evening over here. So it's been a pretty good day for me. Super warm. Obviously not as warm as LJ. He's over there in an absolute sweatbox of a country. In fact, so are you, Henry. I believe you're also in Australia, sweating and cooking alive over down under. I gotta get a nice coffee. Even though it's not morning, still gotta have my London morning coffee. Oye saying, hi, how you doing? Good to see you in, bro. Demo Crow saying, I said that wrong. Demo Kritosh. I do apologize if I butchered your name, but good morning to you as well, sir. How are you doing? It is Tuesday. Execution is live. Absolutely. Let's see what we can find in the markets today. Let us know what you're looking at. Let us know if you want me to jump into any chart analysis, and let's see if we're seeing the same thing. Master is saying hello to you too. Giving a wave. I give you a wave back. Hope everyone is good today, dude. I am fantastic. I'm good. It's warm, a little bit too warm. It's like a sticky heat today, so I'm a little bit sweaty. I can't wait to jump in a cool shower a little bit later on. Welcome in, family. Hit the thumbs up button as you join. Absolutely. Make sure you smash out that thumbs up. Make sure you hit that like button as you join into the stream today. Let us know where you're streaming from. Let us know where you're watching from, where you're trading from as well. And let us know what time it is over there with you. Good morning, unbiased trader. How are you doing, my man? What is good? Hope you are all well. It's I saw some of your posts this morning. It was fantastic to see. Hope you're doing well to yourself, my man. Good morning, Thiola. How are you doing? Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you too as well. Far M1R saying hi. How are you doing? Hello, show off as if. The show off as if. That's cool. Henry. Henry caught her. CC crawling in the background. I know she doesn't like being on camera, so she tries to keep out of my way a little bit. But yeah, luckily the camera's raised a bit now, so you're not going to see her passing under. I do say to her, I'm like, just walk past, but she's like, no, I don't want to bother you. So Spot, yeah, where's Wally? Spot CC. Thiola, good morning, Will. Good morning, Thiola. How are you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day today. Good morning, everyone. HB, what's good? Good morning to you too. Can you look at gold? Why is it dropped very bad? Let's have a look. Yeah, absolutely. Tell you what, let's have a quick look on gold, see what's going on. So as you can see, I've currently got the gold chart up now. Let's have a look on the 15-minute. I'll be honest with you, not seeing much of a drop. So we had this drop from sort of last night, today, like this morning for me. I wouldn't call it a bad drop. I'd just call that basic price action. Like we've got a bit. Obviously, we've had all-time highs, and then we've had this sort of downwards movement here. Looks to be as if it's filled in this gap. Yeah, it has. So we've filled in a gap, which is nice. Also touched in on a break and retest, which is also pretty nice before continuing that sort of higher time frame, higher bias continuation trade to the upside, which we've now currently equaled those all-time highs. So now that we're currently within the consolidation zone, we got to ask ourselves now, potentially, is this going to be a change of direction, or is it going to be a continuation? So now that we've had this pullback here, now that we're starting to come back in and test these all-time high areas, are we going to continue or sort of reverse on this trend and flip to the bear side, or are we going to continue to the bull side on this extremely bullish run that we're having well into the 5k mark on gold? So this could be seriously interesting to see what happens. However, I'd like to see more of a pullback due to the fact that it would give me an area to target for highs if I'm buying. However, it's like we've got to deal with whatever price is put in front of us. I like the idea of a break and close above the new all-time highs, or creating new all-time highs, and then a continuation to the high side. However, I'm not sure if we're going to get that because we have dropped below, pulled back up into this consolidation zone, and it could be interesting now to see if price drops, because if price does drop, it will not have been a pullback gap fill, it will be a potential reversal area. So for me to call this a reversal now, I think I'm going to have to say I'd like to see a break and close below 4990. So if we can see a drop below 4990, that's when I'm going to say, right, okay, here is a more significant point, or here's a more defined area of a state of reversal. But until that happens, anything that happens within these two lines here, all right, let me try that again. These two lines here is just going to be garbage price action. However, this is on the 1 hour time frame, but this is speaking on that sort of like later intraday, maybe even a little bit sort of swing-ish trading. So this is sort of within the 1 hour time frame. You've got the swing low, the swing high. I want to see a break and close above or below either one of these points. Anything in between on the 1 hour is just not interested. Garbage price action. However, on the 15-minute time frame, a little bit different. It's a little bit nicer. We've got this consolidation here. Super nice price action. We break and close above it. A little bit worried about what's going on with these wicks here. It's a little bit too wicky for me. I'm not too much of a fan of that. However, if we can get a break above this high wick here, then there's a potential point. But the thing is, it depends on the characteristics of the candles when we do break above as well. So what I mean by that is, if we get a confident candle like this, for example, if we get a nice confident bullish candle, then that'll show me, and okay, yes, I like that. We've broken, continued structure. We've got a higher high in place on the 15-minute time frame. Therefore, I believe that this is going to continue to the upside. However, if we don't get the break and close above, and we sort of dribble on back up, wick around it a little bit, then pull back down, wick above, then I'm just going to continue on the 1 hour time frame and call this garbage price action. So it all depends on now how the price moves over the course of the next couple of minutes. Like, what I mean by that is like the next 15 minutes, half hour. But on the 1 hour, it'd be interesting to see what happens over the course of the London session, which is, it's been open for about an hour now. So it'd be interesting to see what's happening there on gold. But feel free to let me know on what your thoughts on gold are. Let me know if anyone's buying, selling. Let me know what you're doing with gold. Good morning, Darth Linux. I like that. Darth Linux, what's good? Good morning to you too as well. Okay, XAU 590 buy, 597 TP. Interesting. Let's have a look at that. 590 buy. Let's have a look. So you're looking. So are you already in a buy, or are you looking at a buy on a 590? There's bang on 590 there. 590.07. So that's as close as I'm gonna get to 590. You're on 597 TP. Let's have a look. 598, 597. Really? Let me have a look at that. Let me reread that. Have I? No, I read that right. Let me. Okay, that's interesting. I'm assuming you're 1 minute time frame trading then, because that's interesting. That's interesting. Dive into a little bit more depth on that analysis from you, my man. That's. Oh, okay. I see. Okay, I see. So you've got TP1, TP2, TP3, for example. So 5100 is TP2. So 5100 is around about these local highs on the 1 hour where I've marked out. Oh, sorry, on the 50 minute where I've marked out. Yeah, 5100 bang on. So 5197. So just under 5101. So these highs up here. So if I just grab my, there we go. So you're looking at entering in at 590, 597 is TP1, 5100 is TP2. I'm guessing your stop loss then is going to be, where would your stop loss be? Maybe 573 maybe, but that's negative risk reward trading, and that's on the 1 minute. So, or could you maybe want to trade up here at 577, but that's still negative risk reward. Yeah, dive into depth FAR M1R, because that's really interesting. Give me a little bit more about that trade. Really interesting to see what you have to say about it. Yes, in Brisbane too. Okay, wow, you're in the same. Yeah, fair, awesome stuff, man. I was gonna say I thought you were from the land down under. So yeah, you're pretty hot as well today, dude. When they brought the heat map up yesterday, wow, that was some heat. I was on the phone to my family yesterday, I believe. And so my parents were actually having lunch at the time, and we were getting ready for bed. And we were like, oh, what's the weather? They were like, what's the weather like here? And I was like, super nice. You know, we just went for a bit of a hike, saw monkeys, wild bulls, super cool. You know, went to some like awesome naturistic hikes. And it was like 24, 25 degrees, super sunny, and like shorts and a vest weather. And I said, what about you guys? What's the weather like there? They put the phone out the window, and it was absolutely hammering down with rain. And I was like, oh, you know what? I've not missed it. I was like, I have not missed the British weather. So, Henry, man, I don't think I'd want your weather. Like, it seems a bit too hot, but bro, like the Asia weather at the moment is absolutely amazing. Yes, what is good, my man? Good morning, guys. Good morning, Anastasiia. I'm sorry if I butchered it. I'm just gonna call you Pan. Yo, what's good, Pan? How you doing, my man? Pan the man. Good morning, guys. Me too. Hot and sweaty in Brizzy. Yeah, Yeah, I can imagine. It's like the thing is as well. This time of the year, I'm not sure about you Aussies, but this time of the year it's like sticky heat as well. It's like that humid heat. So Bris Vegas here too, dude. We got a lot of Aussies in. Yo, what is good? Good morning to the land down under, or good evening to the land down under. You're 2 hours ahead of myself in Hong Kong, I believe. So what is good, guys? Hope you're all doing well down there. Let me know how the day was for you guys at trading as well. So a lot of my European time frame guys, which is like London time plus or minus an hour or two. So yeah, let us know how your day has been. For those of you who are just joining for the London session, good morning, guys. Good morning, coffee to you too as well. But for those of you who are in like the sort of Asia time frame, let us know how your day of trading has been. Looking to short USD CAD, so your take, please. 100%, my man. Unbiased trader. Let's have a look at USD CAD. I believe I'm going to have to bring that up. USD CAD. Oh, I've already got it. Okay, let me have a look quick. Let me go into File, New Chart, USD CAD. I'm too scared to bring my Trading View up because Trading View has so much sort of pull on my Wi-Fi. There we go. So I'm just going to have to use MT. So you're shorting or looking to short USD CAD. Let me know where you're looking to short it because I've not got the chat in front of me right now. So I'm going to do my analysis on USD CAD and then I want you to let me know what your entry points are and I'll see if I've got something similar to you. So I'm going to start on the 4 hour, I believe. Let's have a look. Okay, so clearly in this downtrend at the moment. Clearly in a downtrend. I've identified that not with the trend line, but with one of my arrows. So I can identify that this is not a trend line. Because if I jump down onto the smaller time frame now, I'll see a line. Whereas I know now that this is just a directional bias. 1 hour, let's have a quick look to see what's going on in the 1 hour time frame. So let's see if we've got any areas of interest first of all. So we've got a nice little 1 hour area there. We've got some lower areas down here, which is pretty cool. That's pretty much the only areas that I'd be interested in on the 1 hour. Let's have a look on the 30-minute. Usually the 30-minute gives me pretty much similar to the... Right, where have I gone? USD CAD. Usually it'll give me pretty much the same feed as that does on the 15-minute and the 1 hour. Okay, so we've got another area down here on the 30, which is actually really interesting because it would be interesting now to see if I would have seen that on the 15. Okay, yeah, I would have. That's what I mean. Like the 30-minute is like if I can't see anything on the 1 hour or the 15 before I drop to the 5, I will have a look on the 30. Excuse me. So now we're on the 15-minute. Mark out some more areas of interest. So we got this high, which we consolidated, broke below, came back up, failed to break again, and then broke and closed lower and created a new lower low. This is quite interesting. This is actually very interesting because now I can start marking out areas of interest and areas I potentially want to be trading from. Okay, interesting. So we could potentially have a lower time frame area here. We can break and close below this area here. It's going to be interesting. I feel like we may have a bit of a pullback in this location here, in this slight consolidation. So, that being said, bit of a pullback up into this zone here, maybe. and then a continuation. Where would I enter? If you said to me now, we'll find an entry and walk away for the day, I'm gonna go entry for a sell 37,241. Stop loss is going to be a couple of pips above, so 37,417, and then TP depends how long. It would probably want to be around about 36,707, but that would maybe be like a best case scenario sort of TP. Yeah, I think I'd like that. Let me know, Unbiased Trader, what you're looking at, but I think that would be my TP zone. Yeah, let me know. Let's have a look at the yen then, is it? A little birdie has just tweeted in my ear and told me to go look at the yen. Let's have a look at, do I have GJ? Yes, I do. Let's have a look at GJ. Let's get my template up. Oh, dude, what's going on with the yen? Mate, do we have any news? Is this just normal price? Wow. Right, so guys, I've just loaded Forex Factory now. Okay, so I've just had red folder breaking news that's just come out. USD JPY falls 0.5% to 153.37, but as you can see, I don't know if you can see that okay on my phone, there's no actual news right now for today at all. There's nothing high impact. However, let's have a look at the UJ. Let's have a look at USD JPY because that has just had some breaking news. Wow. This could be interesting. I wonder what's happened then. Because, yeah, it seems like all the yen pairs. So if that's the case, it's so I know there was a lot going on with Bank of Japan. I watched the news the other day, and what I managed to understand with the English subtitles on was there's a lot happening at the moment with the Bank of Japan. With the, is it the Prime Minister? Would you call it the Prime Minister or the President of? Yeah, I'm sure it's Prime Minister of Japan. She is. So yeah, she was talking about basically what Japan are going to be doing and the whole political side of it. I'm not going to go deep into it. When LJ joins, I'm sure he will. I don't want to go talking about something fundamentally which I can't give something I'm that confident with facts on. But dude, look at, so we got GJ and UJ, so potentially, yeah, all the yen pairs are dropping. Wow, that's really interesting. I wonder if we can get the JP. Oh no, we can't get the JPX up on. Oh, hello. Gold on the 1 minute. Yeah. Right, drum roll, please, guys. Hello, Richard Butler. What is good, my man?
Good morning, everybody.
Bro, what's going on with the? Do you know what's going on with the yen at the moment?
I honestly think that it's because of intervention.
You reckon?
Yeah, but I think LJ will have a nice.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. I was trying to like hold off as much as I could for like LJ to come on and speak about the yen, because like I was saying, I was watching the news yesterday, and there was a lot going on with the Bank of Japan, and the Prime Minister was saying basically they were doubling down, like instead of refusing and to going along with what's going on politically at the moment, they're all like, no, we're gonna double down, like screw this. Japan is standing strong, and I think there's going to be a lot of political outrage going on in Japan at the moment.
Yeah, I think LJ should be in very soon. He's just had some technical difficulties. Should be
Yeah.
sorted soon.
Yeah, he's just texted me now saying he's on his way. So, guys,
Awesome.
LJ is on his way, and little does he know he's going to be bombarded straight away with a yen question.
Everybody's going to ask like UJ, AJ, CJ, CHJ, like all of
LJ.
red. Okay, you can't see my hand. Red. It just
Mate,
everything.
I'd love to see a heat map on the yen right now.
Oh, it's going to be something ridiculous.
Yeah, it would just be red.
But I mean, I wouldn't say it was foretold, but I think there were some very, very strong indications, especially from LJ, that this was going to happen sooner than later. So
yeah, I think it's like if you keep your head in the fundamentals as well. I think if you looked at the Bank of Japan and the conversations they've been having over the past week or two, especially over the past couple of days, where it's like really like Japan has said no, like this is happening or this is not happening, then I think you could probably forecast it if you're into the fundamentals. But if you're a technical only, like myself and Richard, then you're going to be looking at the yen and being like, damn, what is going on here?
Oh, Prarita is saying, it fell because I was long on UJ. Thank God it was a stop loss. Yeah. Like, and if this does not prove to anybody that stop losses save skin, like stop losses can save your backside, because this is unexpected, sudden volatile movement. And the thing is, it doesn't matter where you put your stop loss. If you just had your stop loss at the low of yesterday's low, you just got liquidated. If your stop loss was at one of, like, let's say Tokyo's low or yesterday's New York low, you just got liquidated like crazy. So yeah, stop losses, such beautiful things. Greatest invention in trading.
Such an art. Stop losses, dude. No, I know. Like it's painful trading without a stop loss. It's the same with me with gold yesterday. I was in that gold trade. Thank God I had a stop loss, because had I not had a stop loss, I probably would have lost the account because of what I could have been risking. So I think that's why risk management is key. Like we've spoken about this. Every strategy works. Every strategy works, of course. It's risk management that makes the strategy succeed or fail.
Ooh, Unbiased Trader is saying, I'm going to jinx my trade. But I have gone short USD CHF this morning at 0.7715.
Okay. Hang on. Bear with. So USD CHF, because I had that up. Oh no, it was USD CAD.
So.
Oh no, mind. Carry on.
It's going short at 0.7715. You have a very long way to go before you get to 0.1715.
Let me bring USD Swiss in it.
Yeah.
Let me bring USD Swiss up. I got it here. Let me bring it up. I'm on templates. Load template. Let me go in grey. Right. So 0. Right. Read those numbers out again. Well, give me an entry.
At 0.7715.
0.77.
Is that like a did you make like a spelling error there or something? Are you sure it's 0.715? Is it not 0.77.51?
0.77. 1.
Ah, thanks, Unbiased. Yeah, 77737. Okay, so that was
right. Okay, hang on. So, right, 77737. 37.
Z4 Ethiopia. Regarding the Fivers rules, during this situation, there was no red folder high impact news shown on Forex Factory, but a major news event has released unexpectedly. I opened the trade because I was unaware of the news. Does this count as a rule breach? Nope.
No.
You're all
if
good,
it's printed, or if it's what I mean by printed news, if it's forecasted news, like you've already seen that it's on Forex Factory, it's NFP, CPI, US unemployment claims. You can see it's a news event that's happened and it's regimental. Then yes, it will be a rule break. But if it's unexpected, then no, because no one saw it coming.
Yeah, you're safe.
Us retails didn't see it coming.
We didn't see it.
Yeah.
So you couldn't logically prepare for it. Unlike LJ, who is absolutely 100% prepared to explain.
He basically told the Bank of Japan that their interest rates are going down.
I was about to say, I assume we're talking about Japan because I've just loaded everything up and I've seen the yen. I'm sure you guys saw me in the background, like looking at this for a second, going like, what the hell?
We were literally talking as well. We were literally saying we were like, oh, LJ's going to be coming in soon, and then you messaged being like, well, I'll be there just in a second. And I was like, right, guys, LJ's on his way in. He's going to be here. We're not even going to say hi. We're just going to bombard him with like yen questions. Like, what is going on?
Dude, I will say hello to everyone. I'm here now. Sorry, it was a bit late. We had a brownout here with the heat, which I'm sure any of you guys in Australia will be very, very well aware. So I think, everyone running their aircon just deaded the whole sector through here. So
powered everything out.
But we're up and running now, so it's all good.
Awesome. Okay, so seeing as you are here, I'm going to drop out. I will be in the background if either one of you two have an issue again. I'll just hop in. All right, you guys can take me off of screen and I'll.
Sweet.
No worries.
Peace.
Alrighty.
Richard was a lifesaver, man. The minute you text me saying you had a brownout was the minute my Wi-Fi crashed. I was like, this can't be happening. So, oh man, I got proper nervous then. But it turns out, like, the minute we went live, my Wi-Fi came back. I was like, oh.
Well, that's good. Yeah, thank God.
I was like, okay then. I was like, Richard's fine. But oh my God,
dude, it's hot as here. I texted some of my friends that are like the other side of the city. They were fine, no brownout. But yesterday was the hottest Australia day on record, and then apparently throughout the week, I think in Melbourne, it's meant to go up towards like 50 degrees.
Bro, what?
This coming week. So yeah, dude.
Oh man, that's savage.
That is hot. That is hot. And the thing is, it's 50 plus like the humidity, right? As I always say, we always talk about it's plus the humidity. That's what makes it.
100%. So today it was about 23 degrees, and I went for a walk at lunch, and I went down and did some like karate sort of moves and just try to keep my body moving. And because like I sit at the computer a lot here, it's quite a small apartment and it's very built up, so I'm doing gym, but I'm not doing a lot of flexibility like I was back in the UK. So I went down and I just started doing like, movements and all, and just trying to keep my body all limber. Then I went for a walk. Now I'm going to show you what I'm wearing. I'm wearing a nice cotton shirt, so this was all good. I am wearing jeans. Bro, my legs were like genuinely running with water. Like the sweat was dripping down my legs. And I said to my partner, I was like, why did I wear jeans? I was like, I'm such an idiot. Because like, I haven't properly packed for Hong Kong.
Yeah.
So like, I packed a load of linen stuff, and I packed no shorts. I don't wear shorts. I'm not a shorts guy.
Yeah, of course. Dude, you live in Wales, like obviously,
Yeah,
it's like,
mate, exactly.
You don't need to.
Thermals, like. And the missus said to me, she was like, pack for winter. And I thought, right, okay.
Wait, what? Pack for winter? No.
And I was like,
no.
What is that? I was trying to comprehend that. Like, what does that even mean? So anyway, I packed a load of linen stuff, some shirts, and she said to me, she was like, you are going to be cold. Let's go to the shop. So I went to, is it Uniqlo? It's like a Japanese shop.
Uniqlo, yeah.
So, bro, like, I don't wear jeans. I'm not a jeans guy. I saw these jeans, and they're so comfy, and they look okay on me as well. And I thought, bro, I bought like 3 pairs.
Yeah, Uniqlo, dude, they have some nice stuff. The only trouble is for me, they're typically built on average for like a bit more Asian build
Yeah,
per
smaller
se.
people.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, you'd find the same thing. If you're a bit more built, you've
Yeah.
got some muscle on you.
So
You got to go a couple
my
sizes up to
for my
accommodate
top, I'm
that.
in an
Yeah.
extra large. I think it's either
Yeah.
an extra large or an extra large, and it's tight
Yeah.
on me. Whereas my jeans, they're extra large, and I wear like medium or large jeans or like whatever size measurement is, and I'm in extra large jeans. I'm like, bro, I feel like a fat person like shopping here at
Yeah.
the moment,
Yeah.
you know. So, but like, thing is, like, I bought my jeans. I was like, these are amazing. I love these. And then went outside, and I'm like, have you seen the In-Betweeners? You know the In-Betweeners movie when
Yeah,
they walk out
yeah,
of the
yeah,
airport.
yeah.
It's hot. It's well hot. Might be too hot. That was
Yeah.
me. The minute I walked out in a pair of jeans, I was like, it's hot. So yeah,
That's what I mean,
man,
the heat's different. Hey, it's like it's
Yeah,
a
it
different
is.
heat,
It
you know,
is.
like 23 sounds like pretty alright. It's
Yeah.
not the same 23 as like 23 in the UK. It's completely different, right? Yeah.
23 in the UK. I'm in a t-shirt and jeans, no different to how I am now. And it's warm, yes, okay, it's warm. It's like the summer, you know. So 23 to 25, summer temperatures, beautiful, it's lovely. Here, it's like 30. It's like, bro,
Yeah.
what? Like
You-
my
you-
t-shirt is sticking to my back.
You take whatever the current temp is, and then like plus 10,
Yeah,
and that kind of
Yeah.
gives you what it really is with the humidity. So if it's like 23, it's kind of like 33 normal with like regular humidity.
yeah.
Right. So
100%.
I don't know how you're doing, Henry, over there, but dude, it's been hot as hell down here. So, and normally it's a bit better because I'm closer to the city than Henry, right? So not too far from like the river that goes through the city, and normally that gives like a sort of takes some of the heat out of things and that kind of stuff. But dude, it's been death. So yeah, I don't know. Bloody hell.
A 5-minute walk, max 5-minute walk to the sea, which is amazing. I could probably see the sea from my balcony if there wasn't skyscrapers in the way. You know, so you'd think, you know, I'm gonna go down by the sea because I'm gonna get that fresh sea breeze. Nope.
No, it's not there.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Mate, it's different, man. It's something to get used to. It really is, because like I'm seeing all these Hong Kong people going like walking around in puffer jackets. I'm like, you people are sick. Like, you're crazy. You're lunatics. Like, what's wrong with you people? And,
Yeah, it's
like,
ridiculous.
yeah, like my partner said to me, she's like, it is quite warm, isn't it? I was like, yeah, it is. And she's like, why is everyone in a jacket? I was like, you tell me. I was like, you're from here. You're one of these lunatics. Why are they all in jackets? But yeah. Man,
like often on stream, I try and wear like a sort of an overshirt to just make things look a bit more proper, per se. Yeah, right. But often I'm sitting here kind of sweating, or I got to put the aircon on to make it okay. At the moment, I can't possibly do it. Yeah. So yeah. Henry was saying, oh dude, your aircon's broken. Oh brother, mate, that's a stitch up in right now in Queensland with the heat right. Oh god, dude.
Mate, I'd be talking to you building right now.
God.
I don't know if you're in a house or a building, but if you're in a building complex, I would be chewing their ear off right about now.
Yeah. I think Henry's in like a house. That's the only other thing I hate about
in other words, it's his responsibility.
Yeah. With my place, I've got like ducted aircon, which is good. It's great, right? But because I have all the computers in this room, it takes the temperature off like the central like living room. So it will think it's cool out there and then stop cooling in here.
Oh, no fair. You've got all the fans and all pumping out from the computers.
Yeah, so I have to put the temperature way below just to make it compensate for the temperature in here. From all the computer screens, you know, all this kind of stuff, whatever it heats up. There's very bad air circulation here because I have the windows in front of me, but it's one of those really weird windows where it kind of just goes out like that, and obviously heat
Oh, okay,
rises,
yeah.
so it can't really
one of those,
escape.
yeah, it's like the middle
Yeah.
pivot ones.
Yeah. Terrible. I hate them. Yeah.
What
God.
floor are you on?
Floor 2. So I'm basically
Okay.
at,
I'm quite
essentially-
surprised then.
yeah. Which is because we have like a massive balcony outside area, which is almost as big as the entire apartment itself.
Yeah.
Which is why we took this place. Normally I prefer to be like up the top, so you get whatever. But I've got the roof anyway, so I use that outside for like gym, whatever stuff.
Yeah.
Which is really good. But yeah, it's still super annoying through here. So
I was gonna say, like, usually the higher up you are, it's the like suicide windows, you know, so like, to make sure you're not gonna jump out of them. Now, I remember I was touring France, September actually, and I was on my way home, and I can't remember where was it Tours? I believe it may have been Tours. I was on top floor apartment, or top floor room, and I was like, okay, you know, cool. We're in the room now. Put our heads down, and I thought, oh, it's hot. It's really warm. Let's open a window. And I thought, okay, we're on top floor window. I know it's only going to jolt open by like 3 or 4 inches. No, bro, like this thing swung open. I'm not afraid of heights, but this just sheer drop of probably like 200 meters, 100, 200 meters. And I was like,
yeah,
I'm shot in this window. So I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
That's the first
dude,
time an unregulated building.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like when I was younger, I definitely heights, hated them. Now, fine. But yeah, still when you get to some of those big buildings, you're like, oh, this is this is toasty. But the building I'm in here, it's based off like a Japanese kind of building. It's all very Japanese, that kind of thing. So the trouble is though, with those windows, they designed it for, you know, Japan, it gets cold. So like that's what you want, right? But
you just
when
want
you live in Australia and Queensland, you want the opposite ones that open from the top and allow the hot air to escape rather than get trapped, right? So yeah, that's the trouble. But yeah, anyway, I know we're here. We'll see how it goes. The rest of the week is meant to be cooked as well. So yeah, we'll see. And the thing with this street them on, a lot of the infrastructure is a bit older. So when there is stress, it gets killed very, very easily. That's one of the reasons I was looking to move.
Yeah.
Because especially last year, it happened quite a few times with those kind of disruptions, and with the weather that we had the cyclone, that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's a bit annoying. Lovely place, beautiful building, lovely aesthetic, all that kind of stuff, but doesn't quite work for the climate, you know. So
aesthetically speaking, there's so many buildings here in Hong Kong, and the aesthetics of the building is beautiful. Like you look at them and you're like, wow, that looks incredible. But then they're unpractical inside. Like you know, there's certain parts of your room that's super unpractical. This building is the ugly duckling. And I will be honest, like it's quite an ugly building. It's quite ugly inside. It's clearly an older building. It's not got like all the super new modern interior. However, the room is beautiful. The room's fantastic. It's got everything. It all works.
All you need.
Got the Wi-Fi, you know. So I'm pretty fine with that. I don't care. I don't sleep in the corridor. I sleep in the room. So, you know, it doesn't bother me too much. However, this Wi-Fi is ridiculous. And I've been on the phone every day for a month with the sort of maintenance team, trying to get them to sort it out. Now they've offered me 2. They've come in and said, right, tomorrow, which is literally tomorrow, so the 28th, which is Wednesday, they're coming in with a new, thicker, better cable to improve the strength of the Wi-Fi. And they said, if that doesn't work, we're going to get you a data card. So I don't know what the hell a data card is, but I'm assuming that I'm going to plug it into my laptop.
Like a 4G, 5G type thing.
I'm assuming so. I have no idea. I don't think they realize. I have told them as well. I said I'm live streaming for like hours.
You need the upload. Upload
Yeah, I was.
in
The thing
particular,
is,
which is the hard thing. Normally download's fine, but upload is
yeah,
hard to.
mate.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna show you guys. So like I showed you yesterday, LJ, what the Wi-Fi upload and download speed was. I'm gonna show
Yeah.
you guys what my readings were yesterday.
Dude, that's abysmal.
Mate, I sent that to my parents. I was like, "Tell me
Couldn't
you've
do
seen
anything on that.
Huh?
You can't do anything on that. That's abysmal. That's terrible. Yeah.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't send a WhatsApp message on this.
Yeah,
You know, this
yeah.
was awful. And this was half an hour before streaming. I was like,
Yeah.
oh my god, I don't know what I'm gonna do here. So yeah, that's a download speed of less than 1, by the way. And
Yeah,
an
that's
upload
terrible.
speed of 6. For streaming, you want an average of 500 to 1,000 upload.
Yeah. Yeah, that is shocking, honestly.
Mate, yeah, honestly. So, man,
I-
January for me has been stressed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. I'm back into full swing of trading this week. Just to let you
Nice.
guys know in chat as well. I've roughly got the plan for moving out, all that kind of stuff. So I'm getting back into the full swing of everything, trading more. Like I said to you guys, I was taking very select trades. Now I'll be a bit more active. I am also reading a bunch of you guys' questions in chat. In the background, I was just catching up on charts and everything because I've had my power out for the past hour and a half. So just trying to bring myself back up or any kind of news that's popped through. So
Also,
I will get
just want to
through
say,
to all you guys' stuff as well.
FAR
Is that-
M1R, I think it was FAR M1R, was in that gold trade. You, I believe, have hit TP1, but not quite yet hit TP2. You came close to it, but I don't believe you hit TP2. So let me know. In fact, you were actually like a fraction out. We got up to 509932. TP2 for him was at 5100, which was super close. So let me know how you're gonna deal with
Good touch
TP2
off there.
and how you're gonna deal with. Yeah, it literally fractionally off as well, so which was super close.
But yeah, so yeah, I'll run through a bunch of you guys' questions through here. I might just jump up just in a sec just to grab some coffee. If that's right, Will. I won't be long, I promise.
Yeah,
It's already
no,
cold.
absolutely.
I just
You carry on.
need more caffeine. But yeah, so I've got a bunch of stuff. I'll run through all the stuff for you guys. Easy peasy. So I'll see you guys in 1/2 second. That's right. I'll be back.
Of course, absolutely, no problem. And he's ditched us again, guys. How dare he? And we didn't get to ask him about the Bank of Japan. I'm joking, he'll be back in a second, guys. So yeah, let us know if there's any questions. Let us know if you want to catch anything. In the meantime, I am going to be looking at EU and GU. Gonna have a quick breakdown and see what's going on there. You know, EU, we've had some awesome pump action coming through over the past hour or so. So that's really interesting. If we jump up onto the 1 hour, we can see that we've been very heavily bullish. Now you can see this, I caught this move up here after this consolidation zone. You guys know that I love to trade my consolidation zones. We got the break and close above, and I traded it all the way up that evening, or technically it was like going into New York session. So I actually traded this going into my bedtime, and I think it was like 3, 4 in the morning, which would have been about 7 p.m. UK time, I believe. So that's when I actually cut this EU trade. A little bit gutted. I missed this opportunity down here on the retracement. We could have gotten in on a nice 1 hour long. However, we didn't, so that's fine. A little bit of consolidation going on over here at the moment, and then we have this bull move here, which you can see we're starting to pull back a little bit. We can see that we pulled back into this area just down here. If we drop down to the 15-minute, you can see nice consolidation. Again, consolidation to the high side. We tried to break higher, but we just can't seem to break any higher. So it's going to be really interesting to see if we can finally break a little bit higher than this zone here, which is 190.77, so 19077. If we can break and close above that, it'd be really interesting to see that continuation of trend. You know, we
This is
seem
a
to
euro, right?
Euro USD. Euro USD. This is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying we can't seem to break this zone here, and we seem to be pulling back, but we don't want to seem to break lower either. We're sort of in between this consolidation or this swing point on the 1 hourly, which seems to be between like 18344 and 19077. So we seem to be like fluctuating between that zone. I think we need to have a break and close. Again, you hear me say it all the time, a break and close either above or below to identify some form of trend. Now, even on the higher time frame, if we break below this zone here, I feel like we'll be short-term bearish, but I still feel like on the higher time frame, like the 1 hour and especially the 4 hour, we're still very, very bullish. So I think that could be a pullback, but we'll see. Depends how long.
Yeah, I think I would say I think we're heading. So my prospect from last year was that we head towards 120 the euro. What has capped us through here? There's a bunch of options expiries around that 119, knockout barriers, all that kind of stuff. That's sort of what has capped price through here. But we have seen an increase for desire for 120 plus. So at the money, volatilities right now look they're all orange to yellow, this kind of color. That's basically backing off of yesterday, but yesterday they were massively green. So basically the point is all the volatilities have gone right up. They were sitting around 5.8, 5.6 yesterday. And then risk reversals as well are still pricing for higher prices on euro dollar through here. So at the moment, it looks like we're heading towards 120. So yes, like you were saying, Will, it's just those other exotic contracts, put it that way, kind of capping price at 119. But as you tend to get in markets as well, you get like a 1 tap, 2 tap, 3rd tap tends to push through, right? Either 3rd tap is the absolute fail or it's a push through. Now, given the current climate, I would say the 3rd tap will probably actually break through, and then we head towards.
I was literally about to think the exact same. If we can have that 3rd tap, or even like the 4th tap, if you're going to look at that very first wick into it, which it depends how you want to look at it. But in my opinion, this would be a 3rd strong tap. If we can get that, I feel like it's just going to be a breakthrough. I can't see us wanting to reject it a 3rd time and then push back, especially if we look at the characteristics of price movement. I think it will be okay, now we're gone. Like now this is it's like that elastic band, like you're really pulling it tight and you've got that strain. Once it snaps, it snapped. The momentum is continuous then once that resistance failed.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got a bit of question around the European Union with the whole Greenland thing and trade tariff talks, and if that starts to expand just from the whole Denmark thing, and obviously after Mark with the Canada speech, it's very political. It's very it's not macro. It's just geopolitical right now. So that's the thing. If we get more into that trade talk,
political ambiguity almost, you could call it.
Yeah, so right now it looks as though everyone's pretty steadfast. And either way, it looks as though definitely dollar downside, regardless, either way, how that pans out. So you can see through here, we relatively closed the gap on the euro. There's some of the other majors that we didn't quite close the gap. Aussie dollar basically did earlier today through here. So we've got relative closes of the gap. Same with the pound. They're kind of soft closes. Normally you want to see an actual firm candle close below the gap to really confirm it per se, traditionally. But overall, each of the majors have met that minimum criteria, put it that way. And just like we've been talking about the standard deviation channels with Dirk in the past, we're basically back into the middle point of that for euro dollar. So from here, I would start to see a further push up into the high 119s. 120 will be a bit of a stretch so far. That is traditionally a very, very, very difficult level to actually establish any kind of hold above. So for, I don't know, back since 2013, basically since we had Mario Draghi with the "we'll do whatever it takes" speech, the euro has, anytime we have gone above 120, it has been very, very short-lived. It's very thin air above there. But with the way that the US is going right now and the trajectory of everything, arguably it's in Trump's interest for dollars to come down. The only question is then with the yen, because the yen is right in the middle of the US and China, right? So now we get to this dump that we just had just shortly, a little while ago. So
I'm gonna have, LJ, just
right.
before you do dive into that, I'm gonna chuck it on my phone. I'm gonna have to go to the shop quick before they close, so I'll be back a little bit later on at 11:30 UK time, or what time is that? Like 9:30 PM? No, it wouldn't be. It'd be, I don't know, whatever time it is, 7:30 my time. So I am going to see you in a little bit. So LJ, I'm going to hop on, and I'll see you in about an hour. Peace.
All good. Ciao, Will. Alrighty, guys. So Will's got to go to the shops, get some groceries. You know, we'll go over. So basically, the yen thing, as we were talking about. This massive drop through here, I would say this is not yet intervention. So just like we were talking about yesterday with Dirk, we haven't seen intervention just yet from Bank of Japan or the Fed. Right, so most likely it's going to be a combined effort from the Bank of Japan and the Fed to actually get this down and keep it down. If we saw that, it would be probably 400 to 500 pips of a drop. Now, I haven't coveted any kind of headlines or specifics so far that I've seen pop up at all as far as what will have driven this exact piece. So I'd assume, just like we were talking about yesterday, just like on the Friday, it's more of that rate check introspection from central banks, right? So they probably had like a double rate check to say, okay, that's what your rate was last week. Now dollar yen has moved. What can you offer us now? So there's probably been a double check. And this is also at the same time, just as we've come right into Europe, into the London session, liquidity, everything, banks have then gone, okay, it seems though they are very intent on actually following through with intervention if they need. Thus, it's a continuation of basically dumping those carry trades. So like we were talking about yesterday, I was saying I feel like it's a very good idea to have just a very small position of like one lot or two lots, depending on your account size, obviously, just to kind of stay net short at certain peaks and troughs on dollar yen. And I specifically say dollar yen in particular, less so the other yen cross pairs. The other yen cross pairs have a different dynamic. If you're wanting to take advantage of the strengthening of the yen, currency intervention, the bond change that we've been talking about for some time now, which is now coming through, definitely stick to dollar yen. That pair is the most susceptible by far. So I would stick there. And the thing is, even though it's like one or two lots, which depending on your account side might be big or small, like if you got 100k, that's relatively small. Basically just reduce the size proportionately to whatever account you're trading. When you clean up 100 or 120 points or 150 or 200, even that small trade size is quite favorable. And then it gives you a large degree for the stop as well. So, Pedro, how are we doing, mate? Good to see you, brother.
Good morning. How are you
Going
doing,
well?
man? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, so you're basically describing what's going on with the end pairs, which is always a good topic. Finally, it's playing out.
Yeah, yes, exactly, dude. So good. We were talking about this yesterday with Dirk. This recent drop I've just cottoned onto because I had a blackout here just before, so I'm just checking into the charts and that kind of thing. But yeah, so far we haven't had direct intervention yet. So this is all the echoes. I was talking about how it's the rate check from the central banks, where they go to the big banks, prime brokers, Goldman, all your major banks across the globe, Deutsche, whoever, trying to get currency differentials, seeing what liquidity they can facilitate, at what rate, what kind of costs, fees, etc. And that already has spooked institutional sides enough to draw the currency down. Now, obviously, the more that happens and it stays down, lessens what they need to do. And I was talking yesterday with Dirk how the more it comes down means they have to do less, which also eventually potentially means that they don't do too much, that we actually do see a rise again, right? So it's this back and forth game. And hence I was saying yesterday that ultimately I think they will have to also, on top of that, intervene and whack things down to show that they will follow through with what they're doing, right? Otherwise, we'll just see some kind of base through here, a reversal, and all of a sudden we're back at 157 pretty quickly. So my piece has definitely been to sit on the short side. Ideally, what I was talking about with Dirk yesterday is some kind of move relatively, per this recent drop, a relative move back up just to give some cover to then sit short from there, right? Potentially closing the gap or something a bit higher, depending on how US data comes through. And then, yeah, sit short. I think we eventually close the gap down to the 140s. This is looking like a good trade. We've been waiting for this for a while.
Yeah. That gap created in October, correct? Yeah, it's possible. We were talking about it even with Victor on Thursday, and that me personally, I was actually looking for those potential shorts. I didn't catch it at the top. It was a bit worry for me. It was with BOG and then what you just described Friday morning. So when I came to my desk, the price was already way too below. But it looks like it's happening, right? It looks like it's without the real intervention from the Bank of Japan, like I mentioned. But somehow the big players found a way to push price or push the yen towards the direction that they wanted in a quite aggressive way. But there you go. As you mentioned, eventually the market can adjust to it and maybe can even find ways to push it back up until eventually do have that intervention from the Bank of Japan to actually set up a ceiling. Okay, this is the limit. From now, just start moving to the downside. For now, I'm kind of bearish as well. I think there is definitely this potential of price feeling that range. I like overall where price is. Literally the price, all the price action we had last week, basically since we had this initial top on the 14th of January, and all this looks like quite an interesting bearish price action of price kind of starting to slow down a little bit, leaving a little bit of space, leaving that double top, and then you had that final spike on Friday, and then just basically broke the lows, test, and I don't know if you got the short or not. I saw on your chart that you had a draw.
I did, yeah. I got part of it. Okay, I closed out too early on Friday because it was Friday into the weekend. Dude, if I had held it was still.
You got the second part, yeah? You got the second part.
I got that part.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's a beautiful trade. That's definitely a beautiful trade. Actually, one guy that I know actually caught it really from the top, but then he also kind of closed it a little bit too early. But overall, the price action
during the first.
Yeah, me too. I was not awake. Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's in Greece, so it's 2 hours ahead of me. So
Yeah.
somehow it was awake on that time. That's kind of the advantage sometimes of the time zones. But overall, I think we are in this interesting range now. That basically, just looking at last year's price action, we are definitely stuck within this level for the last couple of years, and we may have that move to these 140s, 150s, and eventually, who knows, closing the gap for price to push even further down. Now, I think I agree with you. I think eventually we're going to have a little bit of a retracement back into this to this mid range of this big move to the downside. So maybe again, if someone likes to trade with Fibonacci's or something like that, maybe wait for a 50% retracement or something before trying to go again into the shorts. I'm not really expecting now just all of a sudden the end just to fill out this move in the next day or so. I think we may have a little bit of structure being created before potentially a new sell-off opportunity in here. So that's mostly what I'm going to be looking for. I think we are going to start having this type of moves just like we had last half an hour. All of a sudden a big spike happening. So we need to be aware of that. So be careful when you are indeed trading those moves, or anyone that maybe tries to trade without stop loss or whatever. Be careful with those moves because they can happen quite quickly. But eventually I would like to see price actually going a little bit higher, potentially to go further down. I like the tops. For me, the tops can be in place. I don't really feel the need to have any more tops being created so far before price actually starts moving to the downside. And that can be a bit reflected also on many other yen pairs. And just look at the yen index. So that would reflect, for example.
There we go. Look at that.
Yeah. Whenever the index may get back close to this level, or even kind of retesting this trend line in here,
Exactly.
maybe have finally that move, and that can reflect exactly that retracement a little bit higher on the dollar yen, potentially to move higher. But definitely this was a aggressive move. If we finally managed to break proper structure with this move last Friday, so that's going to be an interesting one. I think we are going to still find new buy orders around this level instead of just going to the upside from here. So it's about finding.
I agree because I mean there's for ages now, all of last year, there's been very much a propensity to call the bluff on the intervention type situation, and to just roll into that carry trade. Hence we've seen dollar yen come back up towards that 159.5, and we've talked about 160 being the clear cut level for the BOJ, for the Ministry of Finance, both for the US as well, because Japan is stuck directly between the US and China in terms of the trade war, right? And what happens to Japan very much affects both the US and China. So it's definitely been a point of discussion. Obviously, they've seen it continuing to rise despite all of that stuff, despite all of that rhetoric, and now they've done those rate checks. We haven't seen intervention. I just want to reiterate that to everyone. This is not quite intervention. So when you do see intervention, you will see much bigger downdrafts if they do come in. You'll see 500, 600 pips instantly, especially when it's not just the Bank of Japan backing it, it'll be the US as well. And this is also part of why we've seen the shift in bonds, and recently the excess, or not really excess, it's fair, the selling in the dollar recently. So we've seen euro go up, pound up, Aussie dollar up, everything. Aussie dollar also has the backing of commodities, but we've specifically seen euro dollar, pound dollar right the way up. Because if the US is going to join in that currency intervention, obviously that's devaluing the dollar overall, hence lays into that dollar selling through there too. So I like the yen index as well, because that comes very nicely with a retracement in dollar yen just for it to be sold off. And that looks very, very juicy. And I think I had a piece from yesterday. I'll see if I can find it for you.
Mm-hmm.
This one. Yeah, so I spoke about this yesterday with Dirk, but you might find this interesting as well, Pedro. So basically, since the start of the year, basically net buying, we were net short dollar, right, of 9 billion in the outset from the year. From so you look at COT data coming into 20th of Jan, we were net long 2.7 billion of USD across the board, and it's very well distributed. So with that, you get an extra sensitivity to dollar fragility, right? Because those longs now have to cover since things are coming off, and that's what's accelerated this short selling very rapidly. So everything is aligning very nicely. And what I was looking for is potentially we get further rhetoric of, probably a bounce first, right? Then a short down, close that gap. Once that's there, it will alleviate the pressure for intervention for Bank of Japan, for the US, for the Fed. Thus, we'll get it going out of the headlines, potentially some kind of recovery, but then they'll start to put the pressure on again. Then we get a full intervention and a collapse, and then you run right through the lower bands.
Those was, yeah.
That seems to be what their ideal position would be. So you keep putting on the pressure to push this down to those levels, then take the gas off, and then you press it again, and the trade comes undone.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Yeah, even when we can get just pre-price action, that could play out somehow on that move, or again, or may going to get stuck a little bit more into that mid range without last leg to take the lows. But I think it could adjust a little bit and come back at least around 150s and not really get close to 160s any longer. So that's going to be, it's going to be an interesting one. And again, this is all about, again, positioning and trying to be selective and try to see which of the currency pairs actually are providing the best moves as well. Which is a good example of this. Being able to identify those opportunities definitely can provide better opportunities in a faster, and that's a lot of what we're trying to do here as traders, which is good. It's a good thing. There was a question here from Gabriel asking about the franc Swiss and the yen. So he's in a long.
Frank,
so we can maybe look at that one.
There was a couple of questions just before you joined as well that we're gonna run through. So I got in late with the power situation, so I promised I'll run through. So we'll go to that after. Frank yen, probably one of my most hated pairs in general. Dude, it's just such a weird pair overall. So as far as the franc across the board, I will say the franc primarily is ultimately moving on the dollar franc, which bleeds into euro franc, which is the next biggest. Traditionally, euro franc has often been the primary, but now it's dollar franc because of the current situation. We have had net record buying of dollar franc. Now, dollar franc has not moved higher, which is concerning. Because this level, now you have the Swiss National Bank on your side for it to go higher. But at the same time, if they see record dollar franc buying from the broad market, and it's not really going, they're probably not going to have a great deal of interest in really pushing dollar franc higher. So that would mean franc lower. You can see through dollar franc, where potentially certain points where they have put a bit into the market, and you can always go back and check their current account balance to see when they've actually done that intervention. It's been very small, very particular right now. So as far as franc yen, I would not be trying to continue to long this with the current conditions. Dollar franc could have a brief break, right? And then hence franc would continue to appreciate, which would be inverse to this, hence franc yen going higher. I think that quite likely will be potentially short-lived, because any lower from here where we are it's already very, very difficult for the Swiss in terms of the economy. If it goes even lower, it'll get more aggressive and potentially go to other corresponding countries to say, can you help out with intervention? And so almost like Japan is doing now with the US. Overall, regardless, Japan plus the US will be far more dominating regarding franc yen to the movement than the Swiss themselves. So we've seen this drive down below here. So if you get any kind of break of structure through this, like we've had this clear incline through here, if you get a break through here, I would continue with it. I wouldn't try fight this as though we're going to have some kind of turn back higher and for things just to unwind themselves. So franc yen overall, I would be on the short side. Right now, we've already had the bit of a downdraft. So just like we were talking about dollar yen, I would seek some kind of a alleviation to the upside and short from higher levels overall. So be seeking something like this, 200 moving average or something, just above these recent highs, but just below the prior highs to the left. Take a short from there. Stop just above those highs, and then look for much lower levels overall. Down to those lows if you're trading a bit more short term, or literally much lower from there. I would be sitting net short.
I think it would go a little bit in alignment with the other analysis we did. When they're looking at a higher time frame, it's kind of in the channel. Like if you look at this one, so price basically has been trading within this channel. Maybe can even make it a bit shorter on the downside, something like this. So I think I would agree with you. I would even maybe just wait, depending as well on the type of strategy that you trade, but maybe you could wait for price to actually go below maybe this low, and then try to retrace a little bit and capitalize on the rest of the move. Then I think maybe there's a potential for price to go all the way down from here. So if you do wait for that, I don't know, break and close, whatever confirmations you like to see to confirm that price is shifting from up to down, from bullish to bearish, I'll be waiting for that. I think there was maybe already an opportunity to try to short it all the way to these lows and to this upper trend line. Now we are kind of bouncing a little bit from here. So yeah, I think I'll be waiting for price to break below that, maybe retest a little bit, and then try to capitalize on the rest of the move. And you can have some kind of a swing position here. Again, you're looking at 4-hour time frame or even daily time frame. So this can be something that can last for a while. Again, depending on what you are looking at, if it is more intraday or if you have the approach of more of a swing position. But this can be eventually a nice opportunity, and could even. Price could even go all the way, maybe back into these levels in here. So basically, feel all this move up now to the downside, back to 180s or something like that. But at the same time, price can potentially even manipulate one more time this level in here before go down. Basically, what I'm saying here is that the pressure to look for a kind of a move to the downside on the end. Of at least on the end pairs, it's quite high now. So just be careful with that probability.
So the technicals will be less impactful from here because the geopolitical fundamental drivers are basically taking main seat, right? So you might have a technical setup that on any other pair would be textbook, but here it could just get deleted. just like we saw the dollar yen tanking just before, right? So that's the thing to understand the regime. What is the majority driver right now is very much bond market, Ministry of Finance, Bank of Japan, the Fed, that kind of stuff. So it's those fundamental type drivers right now that are in the seat. So if you guys are trading a bit more technical, just to have a degree of either variance or, take a grain of salt with whatever your setup might be, that there is a propensity to the downside. Now, if you find a technical setup that does have a downside play, that would actually be beneficial. So these are the times where you can find those kind of setups with that downside bias from that fundamental geopolitical side that will actually benefit you, right? But if you're looking for this to, because it's hit extremes on the lows to correct, you might find out that it just keeps plummeting, right? So, and when these things happen, it's very aggressive, right? So definitely put in a stop. Don't run this stuff like naked at all.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone's saying that you finally got your premium, your TradingView membership, LJ. Is that true?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I got it last October. Gosh, for the is it October? No, when's Black Friday? Whenever the Black Friday thing
at the end, that end of November. Yeah, I always renew mine
November.
Yeah, I always renew mine at around. So. Yeah, it's a good time to renew it. Dear package. All right, more comments in here, guys. What are you guys looking at? Someone is asking as well about the pound dollar. Yes, someone is even asking, like, this is a bit more technical questions about payouts and how long does it take. That's a question that maybe we can ask the support team. I think there was a slight issue with the Rise payments. Anything regarding to crypto or bank transfers, I think everything was normalized. But again, just bear with us, guys. We are going to get paid for sure. We never deny any payout. So just a little bit patient. And the Fivers itself, we are doing a lot on behind the scenes, and maybe that's why some of the processes are taking a little bit longer. Because a lot of things are evolving. We are trying to upgrade our own systems as well. So everything's going to be sorted for sure.
I was going to say as well, it also, one will depend on what payment you're looking for, whether it's crypto or bank transfer to Wise or whatever. And depending on what country, right? So, and also the further thing then, if this is the first time you're requesting a payout versus multiple payouts after that. So once everything's set up, it's very smooth. Sometimes there might be a slight delay, which is often due to the payment processor, not because of the Fivers, right? So sometimes there's delay with that. But if you've had an extended delay, then like Pedro said, just reach out to the Fivers. I know the platform was having some, the hub was having some problems yesterday as well. So it could be in part due to that. But just reach out to support.
Yeah.
It's always very quick. I don't know, mine's always been quick. I don't know about you, Pedro. But very quick.
Good. So. Yeah, it has been okay. No major issues. So that's good. But again, problems can happen, but the main situation is that we are here to support and to solve your issues as soon as we are aware of them. The best thing to do is always to get in touch with the support team, and things will be solved for sure. All right. Pound dollar. What is your okay, that question as well, yeah?
Hi, I have a from Caleb. Fivers 100k account. I want to trade NASDAQ. Fivers have NAS 100. What lot size should I use? Also, what NAS on TradingView should I use to analyze the market? Well, first of all, what NAS should you use on TradingView? So I would say find a NAS CFD. So don't find the raw market. Find like an aftermarket, after hours market. So typically a CFD. that will give your best view of the current market. So when you trade a CFD is slightly different to the regular market. So the CFD will have aftermarket trading incorporated in it. As far as what size, to be honest, it's hard to say directly. It depends on what are you trading, are you scalping the market? Are you trading intraday? Are you trading over, like swing, like 2 or 3 days, etc.? Throw some more context with that. As a general, I would say, probably depending on that, like, I don't know, 10 lots to 20 lots.
Yeah, I don't even know, to be honest. I just use I just use the calculator, the position size calculator. I decide how much I want to risk, and like I don't even pay attention too much to what size it. Like, it just makes the calculation for myself. My concern is how much do I want to risk on the trade.
Exactly. That was my next one. Yeah. The main thing is how much you're actually risking, rather than the actual size of the position. At a certain degree, the size of position will matter, because obviously, even if you're risking very little, you might not be able to get the liquidity to get out of that sizing.
Mm-hmm.
But assuming you're not trying to full margin the whole account, which you shouldn't be doing, because that won't fly, you get pulled up by risk. Then it will depend on your trading strategy and approach. So if you're trading, scalping, you might use higher lot size, but you've got a much tighter stop or band that you're of like pips wise that you're risking, and you're in and out very quick, obviously, right? So more context for sure.
Yeah. All right, pound dollar. Everyone is asking. People are asking a pound dollar. By the way, guys, for all of you that have been asking about pound dollar, maybe you can share also. Are you looking for shorts, longs? What is everyone's bias on the pound dollar, so they can help us as well to be more clear on the analysis.
The next hour.
More, even if you're looking for
trading session tomorrow.
Exactly, time frames and whatnot. What can you see in here, right? So just to give a bit more perspective, we need also to pay attention to the dollar index, because that has been one of the main factors for these big moves that we have seen on the dollar pairs, and then the big short. Okay, and I'm going to just a little bit talking about the technicals at this point, not so much about the fundamentals, even though even tomorrow we have FOMC, and we may talk a bit about that as well. But looking at the technicals, I'm not really surprised that the dollar had another leg down, okay, and maybe you can even go all the way and take these lows all together. I think even last year, when you're looking at the dollar, maybe dollar was around here, something like that. I think we have been always looking, at least personally, I think I've been always looking closer to maybe 95 to 94, where eventually the dollar could eventually go. If you just look at the technicals, this looks still a bit more bearish than anything else. We managed to break one of these lows. Price protested a little bit, came basically back to 50% or a little bit higher than 50% retracement, and managed to break new lows, and maybe this is going to be a continuation more than a full deep reversal from here. And if you're looking even based on this structure, I think there's maybe a little bit more room that the dollar could even get closer to this range in here, which means that you are looking then to those 95 or a little bit lower on the dollar. When you're looking then a little bit more into what we're having here more in the lower time frame, that was also another comment that I made, is that this low looks nice when it kind of closes this gap with good reaction, but it looks like there was still a lot of space in here that the dollar could still continue to move lower. The dollar then actually survived this move, broke it, and now we had this leg down. Personally, I think the dollar has more room to the downside. I'm not really now expecting these lows to hold. Maybe you can have a little bit of price still respecting a little bit of this structure, but I'm looking at this low to be taken. Just the same way then, now when I transition to the euro dollar or even the pound dollar, I'm still expecting also this top on the pound to also be taken in here. Now, if you're looking at the pound dollar, in the higher time frame, again, we are still bullish. Okay, so price is still kind of moving to the upside. We did manage to take these two lows. We talked about that, but price actually just respected the next range or next structure that was created in there. And that was a little bit always of a concern to see if actually price wanted to go further down and maybe try to retest this level, or if it will continue to respect the previous lows and most likely then just continue to go higher. Last week, for example, I was looking for price to get a little bit deeper. This one kind of missed a little bit the marker I was looking for, and price then just continues to move to the upside. Okay, so now we are here, and I'm looking for price to take this top. To be honest, I'm going to be looking for price to take this top, and that's one of the points. And then I'm going to pay attention to see, just to try to clean a little bit of these drawings. I'm still going to try to see if there's any chance of price selling above this top. Okay, maybe finding a little bit of a selling pressure to see if there's any kind of reversal. Otherwise, then I'm going to be aiming altogether already for the top as well. And now it becomes a bit interesting, because then you start looking to the left side. In my opinion, this top was quite good because it was respecting one of the last supply levels in there. But if price does go above the top, whatever level it is, 138 something, then in my opinion, I think price has everything to then reach all the way back to 139, and now we are getting close to 140s, okay, or 130, yeah, basically 140s. So there are kind of two or three key levels of structure that I'll be paying attention to. If price does manage to break them, then I'll be anticipating price to go all the way to 40. It's not going to be in a straight line. I think there's going to be maybe opportunities, retracements, and then continuation, but that's on the higher time frame what I'm going to be looking for. So lower time frame, I'm not going to be shorting until price takes the stop. Price also, as you can see, has been managing to hold previous structure, so we don't even have any kind of break of structure to the downside just yet. So trying to short this, I wouldn't really recommend for now. And I think it's quite natural that price can pretend that it's holding this level, maybe creating a kind of a double top, looking at that high on the left, just to attract liquidity and eventually make that move up. So even if you do make that move up and then you find a little bit of selling pressure, for the bigger sell, I want still to see some kind of lows being taken, but otherwise we can maybe find a little bit of volatility in between these two lines in there. But overall, it is still a little bit bullish, and it can go in alignment with the dollar. If the dollar does want to continue also to push lower, most likely we're going to have this the pound, the euro, and so on, also pushing a little bit to the upside. The euro is quite similar, just to finalize here on the euro. I think the euro has everything to go and take this top as well, and I think there's a little bit more room to the upside. And even last year we talked about the potential of 120, and maybe we're going to go there in the next in the next few weeks or something like that. But I think 120 can still be a high probability move on the euro dollar. Yeah, so I'm still bullish, to be honest. I'm still bullish on these moves in here. What about you?
I very much agree. Yeah. Same deal. So similar how pound dollar obviously has the cross correlation with euro dollar. I think after having this break of this recent sort of zone we had, it was like a bit of a rough channel through here, right? And we've broken out, heading higher. I think next standpoint is definitely back up towards 142, especially with euro dollar going higher, dollar yen coming down, Aussie dollar going higher. Canada's kind of in between, but basically all the prime majors are set for dollar selling across the board. So either way, pound dollar higher, very much. So I agree with that. Now, after this break, I would prefer to see some kind of a pause, a slight pullback for you to enter, and then run higher, both on short time frame and long time frame. Obviously, we're looking at the daily right now. On the 1 hour, similar deal. I would say, like, we've had a massive run. We did have a slight pullback through yesterday evening, both on euro dollar across all majors, and we've had another run up today. So I wouldn't be surprised if this does actually break through here, continue. But I would potentially see this as something to either join on the break, but then ultimately look to fade and then go much higher. That's probably what I'd be looking at. So I think right now a lot of the move has already happened. See if we get a firm break, then you can join on that. Otherwise, short that for like a mean retracement and then jump back in on the upside movement. Much like we've seen with gold, we see these big peaks, get the downdraft, come into Asia, go long, winner, winner, chicken dinner. It's been a very repetitive
behavior,
strategy and approach. Yeah. So like we were talking about last night, I think before I jumped off with Dirk, we had this sort of triangle coming through here. I short on the break of there. If you did, we were talking about coming into support through here. We took that short trade through there. Then we failed to make a new high, double top through there. You got shorted through here. But then you come into Asia, you've met relative support. Down through here.
Mm-hmm.
Come to Asia, buy up again. There you go. There's a lot of moves in the market right now that are repeating themselves daily. And this has been for months and months and months right now. So take your typical approach, your typical style, and potentially pick up some of these regime approaches that can be very beneficial, basically as like an additive to your profits on top of your traditional bread and butter day-to-day style or strategy.
Yeah, that's a great point. Kind of adapting to what you see in the market, and then this type of behaviors or patterns, they happen every now and then. For example, when is these explosions in the market or this expansion, then market tends to react in a certain way, kind of creates kind of one or two or three behaviors to kind of readjust and then continue to move in that direction. And definitely there is something that you can do or add into your own portfolio, playbook of trades that you can try to take advantage. And that's kind of a way that traders can evolve with the years to try to find, kind of add new recipes or new plates into their own menu of trades, basically. But I agree with you, like on the pound, for me, we could find the selling pressure after taking the high, and then maybe can go down a little bit before then continue to move higher. What is your take on tomorrow's FOMC? What is your expectation in terms of volatility? Do you think the market is concerned about it? Do you think it's going to be kind of a slow news event? What is your expectation for tomorrow?
So I would say, given everything that's happened, it'll probably be very by the by. So not much to be said. I don't think there'll be much change. I don't see any indication from the data or jobs data to pull a rate cut right now.
Mm-hmm.
Jobs data has been pretty okay, pretty good, pretty firm. Inflation is in check. I think right now it's very much just keep it steady, right? There was a trade for Fed funds futures that I was talking about with Dirk yesterday, which was the largest Fed funds futures or trade in general. Is like $1 trillion in notional value. Article was put out on the 7th from Bloomberg. I just found it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been questions as to whether that is a unwinding of positions in relation to the rate cut or a outright position. So each basis point would be $8 million, right?
Okay.
So there definitely has been some chatter. The only thing from that time, a lot has happened as far as Greenland, all that kind of stuff. We've had some of the other data come out. I don't think there'll be any change. I think it'll be very bland, very boring, especially with when we had the Jerome Powell coming out and speaking about the whole, Trump trying to attack the Fed. I think they'll very much for now be doing next to nothing, right? No reason to cut, absolutely no reason to hike. And then you've got the geopolitical type stuff with with Trump. So I think it'll be one of the most boring Fed meetings we'll actually get. And I think they'll say, we're not really sure what's going on with the data. We're still waiting. We had the government shutdown. We're starting to get some of that come through. But we need the next couple instances of that to actually make any sense of the rate of change.
Yeah.
Right? So I think it'll be the most boring Fed meeting.
Yeah,
we've
it
probably
looks
had
like it.
in years.
It looks like it. So again, the odds are like 99% for the rate to stay the same, and I think it goes into March and then even all the way to May or April. I think it's April, and then the next one. I think what eventually could spice a little bit up the situations is again Trump all of a sudden, because we have been waiting for Trump to announce the next chair, and maybe Trump could somehow this week in the mix just announce whoever the name is going to be. That will be a way to mix up a little bit and to create some uncertainty, or kind of, okay, there's a new variable in play now, and the market could react to it. Because aside from that, again, most likely Trump maybe tomorrow is going to say again, come on, Powell, just cut rates, like cut them. Powell is ignoring them. So yeah, maybe it's about the timing when Trump is going to decide when is it the right time to announce the next president of the Fed, and maybe there's going to be those news are going to be announced around a Fed meeting, either maybe after or something like that, just to spice a little bit the news. Because I agree with you.
Maybe.
Otherwise it's going to be quite flat. Again, unemployment is steady. Inflation came out as well steady. Even the GDP as well last week came out slightly higher than expected, to kind of 4.5, if not mistaken. So it's kind of in a steady path at this point. And like that, the Fed doesn't feel any pressure to cut rates whatsoever. So I think it will be more of that, kind of all of a sudden Trump announcing who's going to be the next president than exactly the meeting or even the Q&A from it. So I'm expecting also low volatility in there. And Jeremy,
I agree.
like Henry says. And what about then? Because the other big factor for this week is going to be the earnings, right? We're going to have Meta, Microsoft, tomorrow we have Apple. Are you expecting anything? Like, what is your view on the AI at this point, and how can that affect again the US indices in general, NASDAQ, Dow, and so on?
So obviously, if somehow they come up very poorly, it'll be very much a risk-off aspect. So indices down, both US indices as well as globally. Gold potentially up, silver potentially up. High beta currencies like Aussie dollar, New Zealand dollar down. Now, I don't expect that to be the case. I think there has been, from all accounts, a bit of pickup in AI usage. People they're getting to a point where businesses are actually finding them useful per where they were like a year ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that pickup and that enterprise value will actually be there. So I don't expect too much. I think it'll be more of a check-in rather than a are we over or is it going to the moon? I think it will be again by the by. That's basically unless we somehow get something out of the woods, which hasn't been signaled by one of these big firms. But from what I've seen across the board is there's been more uptake overall. So I think it should be net positive. Hence you would see probably NASDAQ running higher. Potentially we get a further push towards all-time highs and a break. So we're starting to punch above there, right? So if you look at this structure through here, we're already starting to push that. That might be the impetus that we actually need to actually get another leg higher. So I don't expect anything bad from earnings.
Yeah, because I think overall, what would be the concern of the investors, right? So of course, those companies, they have been investing a lot. They've been spending a lot of money on AI, and and the concern, it would be kind of how can they now monetize or kind of turn that into profits? How can they sell that? Right? I think that's kind of one of the questions maybe that some investors would be looking at of how these investments. Like, can you justify the bill of why you're spending so much into this, and eventually how can we actually start seeing some profits being acquired from all this investment? Because maybe some companies may have not yet solved the situation on that, how they can actually monetize all this investment, either into products or whatever it may be. But on the other side, it's impossible for the companies not to be investing it, because that's kind of the future, so they cannot be left behind, right? So it's basically in which time frame, basically, as an investor, you are going to try to look at, is it the next quarter, or is it going to be the next 5 years that you are going to try to play in this situation? And of course the volatility in between that eventually the market is going to cause. Because I think, again, I agree with you. I think there's been more usage from everyone in general as well, companies in particular, but also everyone into AI every now and then, even different projects and stuff like that. It's just from ChatGPTs or whatever, and I think that's going to continue. It's going to continue to escalate even more. But it's going to be an interesting one next. Yeah. So I kind of agree with you. Maybe we're going to continue to have now US indices to rally a little bit more. NASDAQ maybe can aim eventually now for all-time highs. S&P as well. Someone was asking also about the FTSE 100, so UK 100. That's an interesting one. Is that the probability of the looking at options in there? What was?
Yeah, so it's a touch below. So especially where we open the day, pretty much. 25716. So that would be something where you see potentially keyword move back down into here somewhere. Basically, it would be by that support through there, and then a drive higher. So I don't mind that as a potential, especially when you get those levels and it actually does tee up with prior support, right? So yeah, but I'd either wait for a firm drive higher and jump in on that break above the highs we've already made earlier today, or else wait for a pullback and see a long from a better position, and go for at least somewhere up there. I'd probably run somewhere like that. That or else inverse breakthrough here. Same deal.
Yeah, we'll see how the US Open is going to play out. I do see a little bit of, again, in other circumstances, I could be interested in selling. Actually, I was interested in selling when this top was created in the middle of Jan, because I wanted to see price taking all the liquidity from above the stops, but never really got to a little bit closer to where I wanted, which is maybe approaching now. But the move to downside that I wanted to see, it already happened. So that's where it kind of becomes a bit tricky. So I was looking for shorts on this initial move, because I was looking for price actually to go and even maybe take this low and get closer to this level, and then we'll see how it would play out. But price already did that move before actually we reached my level. So now that price is approaching my level, I don't really see a target all the way back to the lows again. At least at this point, it looks a bit more bullish. Again, it can even retrace a little bit, just like you mentioned, and can even find more support, and then just continue to rally at this point, and maybe now finally target those highs. So yes, so I'm at this point I'm a bit more bullish. I was kind of quite confident on my sales around this point. At this point, I'm not so confident on sales anymore. It looks at prices, it can be ready to eventually run to the top. But you can of course have some volatility, in between, and can even go all the way back into this structure and then continue to go higher. This was kind of a good manipulation. Price took the highs, took the lows, and then continue. So, for example, price could even go close to this level again, just to continue to rally one more time. Or on the other side, you do have all this level of previous resistance that somehow is going to find now level of support around here. Even the Dow as well. Dow is getting once again back at the highs. Eventually can take them. I'm not really interested at this point on trading the Dow until price takes the highs. S&P also, it made a good move to the downside, but again kind of back a little bit into this structure. I think it can rally and take the highs as well. Can even go a bit closer to here and continue. And just to go quickly, then we have the DAX. DAX has a little bit more room to the upside. I would like to see it closing the gap, and then we'll see what will happen. So DAX, I'm still looking for price to get closer to this 25,300s, and then we'll see what will happen. Maybe we can find some more selling pressure once price gets there, depending how price actually moves in here. And then the question that someone asked as well, it was about the UK 100. I could see new upside. I could see new highs being created before a move to the downside. I think this one still looks quite bullish. We did have a little bit of an attempt to go down, but this one is really strong. Looking at the higher time frame as well, I think eventually price could take the highs. We already reacted one time from here, but price just came all the way back. We tested this demand zone, and now it's pushing up again. So this one already kind of removed some of the orders from within this level. So I'll be just looking for a price eventually to go. Maybe there's something still around this level that's already way too close to the highs, and I think we could take the highs and then eventually find new opportunities to sell it in the future. But I think we could go higher.
Agreed. I think overall it's a net up for indices. I think it just will be a bit more gradual than last year, where typically we get these kind of structures and just start to run very rapidly, right? So I think this year is much more steadied kind of year than last year, for sure.
Yeah, do you have any point in here? Sniper view up asked about the time cycle of gold. How price reacts at certain hours. What do you think about it, LJ and Pedro?
Well, Asian session up. London. Okay, so Asian session, London session, early London. It tends to peak. You get a small drawback in London. Makes like sort of a relative double top or another at least attempt higher, going to New York. Then you get a drawdown into New York. Next day, Asia rallies massively. I don't know, that's kind of what it's been for some time. I'm just bringing up my C Trader to find the VWAP because I've got a specific indicator.
Yeah, to be honest,
yeah.
On my side, I haven't really studied gold that much to see all those patterns. That's something that I like to actually. It's something I pay attention to. Not exactly just intraday, but even during the week. For example, I know that Thursdays, after the US Open, close to 3 p.m. UK time, usually we have reversals happening on a Thursday. So if anyone likes to trade reversals, that's a good day to trade, and then sometimes last into Friday as well. Then Monday depends on what happened on Friday, and then usually Tuesday or Wednesday as well in the morning tends to be a little bit of a reversal behavior. But yeah, gold I don't know, especially intraday. I have no idea exactly how gold reacts or what is the tendency that we see. But it's always interesting. Again, just similar to what LJ mentioned before in terms of some patterns that you can see with the type of moves that we have seen right now. Again, as a traders, I think one of our goals is to identify patterns and to recognize them and to try to find ways to then create a setup around them to monetize and to make money out of it. So yeah, if you do find those patterns, studying them, take your kind of write them down, look at the stats, and try to find a way to make money out of it.
Yeah, and as far as gold and silver, just be very cautious right now. I think like there's very much a high propensity for silver to take like a dip to like $90. That's kind of the level I'm seeing touted through various reports from Reuters. Similar deal with gold down to about 4,800 to 4,850. So don't 100% rely on this rally taking another leg higher from where we are. As you saw last night, we had a bit of a dip both on silver and gold. We've rallied partway back up today. But it's just like we had the peaks back through last year. I forget what time it was, like October or something, where we got kind of that double top and then saw gold come off like 10%, consolidate, sideways for some time and then take another run higher. So we're kind of reaching those very extreme points where we might get that type of situation right now, especially given the vast bulk of all the geopolitical kind of chaos is kind of being pushed through. It's hard to see what else more there is unless, Trump kicks off with Greenland in some kind of, very militaristic type approach, or something happens with Iran or something else. Right now, that is probably low probability. So we've probably peaked for the near term right now. So gold and silver are very susceptible to some kind of 10 to 15% drawback. So just do be aware of that. Just like we talked about last year, we had the same thing and I said this and then bang, we got it. Don't get caught out. Because I remember back then there was some of you guys saying, nah, we're kicking higher, and then it happened. Right, so you just don't want to get caught out. You don't want to lose your account on that kind of stuff. So wait for that drawback and then pile into it. Or if you see the drawback and you've got a reasonable positioning technically to structure a trade to take advantage of that drawdown, then you can short it. But yeah, just don't get caught out. I hate seeing people get caught out on this stuff.
Yeah, he actually mentioned I'm studying hours of the day. What is the reaction of price to the time? Okay, yeah, I never really studied on that sense.
During Asia, obviously, Asia's very heavy as far as commodities. Both gold, silver, copper, everything. Like you got China, you got Australia, the whole rest, and then you roll into London, which obviously you got the LME, so the London Metals Exchange, which is the primary outfit for actually pricing this stuff. So that will often be where the bulk of that trading goes down. So yes, you will have more activity during those periods. So Asia into early, specifically London. I might need to grab some water. My throat is so dry. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm struggling. But yeah, all right, hang on.
We can take over now if you want. Yo, what's good?
Where's Rich?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yo, what's good, people?
How you doing?
What's up? Good morning.
Yo, welcome back, Will. How we doing, Rich?
Yo, what's good? Thank you very much, Doc Lock LJ. What's good, my man? Long time no see.
Dr. Lachlan.
Doing well. I feel like I'm dying in this heat. God.
Bro, like I came back in after, like I'd said, I'm going like grocery shopping quick. I came back in and mate, I left the air conditioner on. It was so nice. I came back in, I was like, oh, it's amazing. It's like
after they got the power back on, here they said no aircon for the next couple of hours until stuff is good. Otherwise, we'll just black out again, right? So, dude, yeah, I'm sweating. Right now.
Oh man, screw that, dude. Like I went out like literally when I dropped out with you, I went outside. The moment I went outside, that it's like getting off the plane. Like, okay, for you maybe not. Like, so for anyone who's like in like the West, or for anyone that's like European or British, have you ever gone to like a hot holiday? Like you go to, I don't know, Spain, or you go to like Antigua, like I don't know, like the Caribbean or something. You get off the plane and it like hits you, and it's not the heat that hits you, it's the humidity, and it's like that. It smells tropical, dude. I got that. I walked out my building door and I just had that tropical air hit me, and I thought, oh my god, this is amazing. It feels like I'm on holiday. And then I remembered I was in jeans, and about 3 minutes later, went back to sweating. I was like, oh. That euphoria lasted about a minute or two.
Yes, it did. Oh god! Even if you go from base of Queensland up to the top of Queensland, you'll get that exact same thing. It's way worse up there. So, it's bad here. But it's death up there, right? So, yeah, shocker, absolute shocker. And you're like, what have I just stepped out into? So,
yeah, it literally feels like you walked into a wall. It's just like it hits you like square in the face.
It's so
oh my god,
cut it with a knife, mate. Like the air is just like it's hanging on you, and it's warm.
Yeah, literally.
You struggle to breathe. Every time you breathe in, it's like you're in a sauna or something. It's just
Yeah. Oh man.
All right, guys, I'll have to dip
LJ,
out. I might be back later to keep you guys company soon. I gotta wrap up some stuff here, but then I might be back. So
yeah,
peace.
Go hydrate. Go drink some water. Do something. Go.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, definitely.
Go cool
I need it. I need it. All right, see you guys. Ciao.
Oh man, hey, see you later.
Man. I'm going as well. Guys, thank you very much. Have a beautiful morning. Will, Richard, enjoy the live stream. Hope you guys managed to get some good trades in here. Thank you, man.
I'm currently in a trade right now in NASDAQ.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay, are you long?
He's in a trade already.
It's a it's my first trade in more than a week, so
It's going well though. That's good.
That's looking alright.
Good.
I really hope it's a TP. There's nothing worse than like having your first trade after a couple of weeks or a month off, and it's just hit stop loss. It's such a deflating feeling. So I'm praying that hits TP.
It is what it is.
It looks good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're good enough. You know your strategy enough.
Bye bye, guys. Have a good one.
Peace,
Cheers.
Pedro. See you later, broski. Have a great one, man.
So I'm actually waiting to see how it reacts on the high of Tokyo. It's rejecting ever so slightly, but we do have a strong enough reaction into it, I think. So I'm just going to keep this one in mind. I may move my stop loss just below this most recent swing.
I'm surprised you haven't. I'll be honest with you.
I just never do.
I feel like...
Yeah. I just never do, so I just thought, we'll see. Let's see. Anyway, how's your trading been going?
Because your trading... Bro, I'm still getting used to Asia session, man. Like, I'm still trying to wrap my head around 9 a.m. is no longer London session, it's now Asia session. Like, I'm still trying to, like, mentalize that. I'm still trying to like sort of understand that, but I mean it's going well. It seems to be a little bit red at the moment, but you know, it happens. It is one of those things. I'm quite happy that I took a nice little $800 out of the market. Certainly helped a little bit towards my my losing month. So I don't know, man. Yeah, one of those things, I suppose. But yeah, it's my trading is still feeling like trading, but at the moment I don't know. Like my trading brain is still a bit messy. Does that make sense? Like I feel like my trader brain is still in the UK, and I need to sort it out ASAP. Because, like I said, bro, I'm super happy here. I feel like I've hit home. I feel like there was always like a magnet dragging me to Asia, and like the minute I got here, I thought I'm either gonna really hate it, and it's going to tell me that I don't know why I wanted to come to Asia so much, or it's going to be like, Will, you found home, you know, and it seems to be the second one at the moment. Like, I'm really enjoying it here. But my trader brain isn't. Like, my trader brain hasn't placed a single trade. No, sorry, it's placed one single trade this year on my other accounts. I just can't seem to strategize my Asia session at the moment. But I'm sure I will do over the next couple of weeks. I've only been here a month, so there's still plenty of time. So we'll see. We'll see. I think I'm just
acclimatize, like,
yeah,
there's different levels of climatization. So it's not just the idea that you have to climatize literally to the climate, to the weather. It's the fact that time zones are different. Your internal clock, like your circadian rhythm, all of that needs to be adjusted.
Yeah,
and once
and I feel like that's what's my issue at the moment. You know, I feel like I'm out of beat with myself.
Yeah. So once those things are in place, mate, it's gonna feel like second nature again. Like getting up in the morning, going for your run, coming back to the charts, opening up the chart, and then. But it's just that internal clock just kind of like just needs to just adjust ever so slightly.
Yeah, exactly. It's like at the moment there's so much going on. Like, I haven't even got time. I haven't even had time to go back to the boxing gym or go to the normal gym. I've done one proper gym session. The rest of the time has been running or doing like calisthenics, push-ups, press-ups, sit-ups, like just all sorts of like body weight movements, just to keep myself fit and ticking over. But yeah, like you said, you know, once like month 2 or 3 kicks in, I think, you know, that'll be when my body and brain and everything else around me just sort of like falls into place. So yeah, a bit like what we were talking about yesterday, you know, when someone very fantastically put, you know, life advice from a 20-year-old, you know, very much like that. I'm looking for that sort of like advice or that help, that guidance on like, well, like, here's the immature, inexperienced side of me being like, whoa, this is new. I've not seen this before. So, you know, I've experienced a lot of things in my very short so far life. I've traveled. I'm very well traveled, but never for this long. You know, this is the longest I've spent outside of the UK. So this is new territory.
Holiday, right? This isn't just I'm going on holiday. This is literally I'm
exactly.
picking up my whole life and I'm moving to a different country. And the fact that you did that and you were basically ready to jump into streaming again like 1 week afterwards is like, it's a little bit crazy, mate. Like it's just a little bit crazy.
Yeah, man. Life goes on though, man, you know, like life goes on. You gotta get back into it, otherwise you're never going to. Like, so week 1 for us, maybe week 2 as well, felt like holiday mode. You know, we were exploring a lot. We were spending a fortune. I mean, we're still spending a fortune because we're still buying stuff for the apartment. But it's no longer holiday mode now. So like the longest I've spent on holiday or living, I worked in Spain for about 2 or 3 weeks, and that's the longest I've spent away. You know, it was about 2 or 3 weeks. Yes, I was working. I was working out in the bar like when I was like 17, 18, and yeah, that was good fun. But that still felt like a holiday. And everywhere else I've traveled, everywhere else I've been, like I said, I'm very well traveled and cultured, but that is through holidays. You know, that's through spending like a week, 10 days, you know, like max 2 weeks. And nothing has been as culturally different as it is now, because I'm spending so long, like you said, I've packed my life up and flown to the other side of the world and expected my body and my brain to be like, welcome to life now, get on with it. And I think it's going to be a case of my body can adjust, my mindset can adjust, but the fact that I've spent 7 years developing and learning around London, New York, now I gotta like pull everything out of that 7 years of learning and dump it into a complete different time frame and be like, bro, look, you gotta trust yourself here, because you know that you can do it, you know that you can trade. Now you're going to put your 7 years of trading experience to the test, because now you're going to jump into a completely different time zone that you've never tested before and dump yourself in and try and get on with it. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a time thing to try and get used to. But I believe in myself, you know, I'll get there, I'll get used to it. Also, seeing that close up, that's beautiful.
I've just moved my stop loss to just beneath this latest swing point. If I go over to the 15-minute, you'll see that we have been very bullish on NAS. We've had this high point of Tokyo, tried to pull back, back to a base area. We kind of dwindled there a little bit in the beginning of London. We started to push up. I decided I'm gonna take a trade from here. I'm happy with where it is right now on the 5-minute, but you can see on the 15-minute we've created another base. So re-establishment of a new upward trend from here, and ready to take it. So I've just moved my stop loss to down there. If it does come back and it takes me out, so be it. It is what it is. It is very close though. I do like the fact that it's closed above this Tokyo high point, and it's closed decently. I expect a little bit of a pullback and then a continue up higher. So I'm more than happy to sit in this one until fruition. So I'm hoping to get to 25,912.69. That would be exactly a 1-to-1 for me. Right now we're sitting just slightly above what is this, a 1-to-3, which wasn't my initial risk. My initial risk was 0.5%, so this is sitting roughly around 0.35% or so. Yeah, 0.35-ish. So it looks good. Not too bad. I'll keep this one in play. I see that there's Relind FX is saying, I've been a Fiverr's customer for over 2 years. I've received some payouts in the past. They have been processed within 24 hours, but now I'm seeing that the average processing time is almost 5. I'm assuming 5 days. Why? Well, I cannot really speak as to why there's these little bit of an extension on that. I honestly think that it's just that they're probably upgrading a few things in the background. And it also probably depends on what kind of payout structure you are using. Are you using crypto as a payout? Are you using Rise as a payout? Is it going straight to your, like bank account? Like all of those things. All of those things have a little bit of a role to play in how long.
Especially, yeah, I remember with a prop I was taken out of bank transfer. Instead of like Wise and Rise and other like crypto, other payment methods, I was using like bank transfer. Like this prop actually paid direct into, which was great. But like with the IBAN numbers and like the international transfers, it would take a little bit longer. So always remember, even if it has been sent on like our side, like on the Fiverr side, for example, even if it's been sent, it may still take 2 to 3. It may even take like 5 business days. Depending on like when, what time, what day. If you like got paid and they sent it on like a Thursday or a Friday, it may not be like Tuesday, Wednesday, the week after. So always depend on the fact that banks and international transfers can be a little bit different, and the country that you're in. So a lot of countries will take a lot longer to process crypto payments opposed to bank transfers. So international like IBAN, like international bank transfers, may be a little bit quicker in some countries than others, opposed to crypto, because some countries really don't like cryptocurrency. So just take that into consideration also.
And also just one last thing to also take into consideration is that we did have a little bit of an issue with the hub a while ago. Not that long ago, really. Let's say I think maybe like last week or so. And it could be that there is a little bit of a backlog. However, something that I would always advise you to do is really just go and send a message via your hub to the technical support team and just ask, what's going on. I personally have never had any issues with any payouts with most prop firms. Some of them took a few days, some of them took more than a week. It's one of those things. It just happens. But also one thing is just because in the past you used to get a certain payout time frame, it's not a guarantee that in future you're going to get the same payout time frame either. There's a lot of factors that come into consideration when a payout is being processed. There's a lot of stuff in the background. I mean, it's just that, just have a little bit of patience, my friend. Just, it's coming. Just be patient. I see a very, very lovely trader in the background, and she's now in the foreground.
Hey guys,
That was quick. A quick transition. Enchanté, Anastasiia. How are you doing?
good. My power supply is back. It's pouring rain like
Wow.
crazy outside.
Fantastic.
It's like a full storm.
Oh no! I saw the messages that you sent in the WhatsApp, and I thought to myself, "Wow, that's like that sounds horrible." Like,
It's normally it's 320 days of sun and summer here, but this last couple of days that are left is this. So in December we had twice an alert coming to all the phones and everything. So like this alert that you get on the iPhone about the storming like situation that you shouldn't get out and so on. And it's considered like a coldest December, which is not really cold because if you see the screenshot, it's like 13.
yeah, I
But
saw that. This is like that's not cool.
yeah, it's not really
I was
cold.
going to say,
It's not
13
really-
is like,
Yeah,
it's not
really
cold.
there, but it's just like 3 meters. You cannot see anything because the rain is just the wall.
Yeah.
So that's the only negative aspect of it.
So this is me for like next month. It's
Oh,
well,
yeah,
next month.
you are in Hong Kong. Come
Next week, yeah.
Come
It's stunning. I just thought I'd brag that a little bit. I don't get to brag about the weather, Anastasiia, okay? I never get to brag about how good the weather is where I'm living. So I'm gonna
well,
brag.
on. Do it now
Nothing
when
to
you
brag
can. Sure.
Yeah. Because I will be back in the UK at some point, and then I'm gonna be miserable again.
Enjoy it. It really does affect how you feel,
It
Especially
does.
when
It
you
really
do
does.
things.
I just want to have a very quick catch up with chat. Henry saying look for reversals and overextended moves from the US. News from the night before. That is also a great little bit of information there when looking at gold. Vitfog saying I love Asia session. It's my favorite. Thomas, try the first 30 minutes of the Asia session. Market open midnight European time. That's all you need for the day. If you're not an overtrader, that's also there's always that caveat, isn't it? There's just like it's amazing,
Yeah.
but
Unless.
yes.
Yeah, fair.
Unbiased trader saying at William and Richard, longest funded account before I got maxed out time wise was 6 months. You want to know what is the longest funded account before you got
Is in
maxed?
max out, is in like RIP'd.
Yeah.
How long have I've got an account at the moment, which I've had for about a year and a half, 2 years.
And then did you lose it then?
No, I've still got it.
Oh, okay. The most of my funded accounts are give or take a year old. Give or take. It's almost February, yeah. I would say almost a year. And then I have 1 or 2 that are quite recent. So let's say maximum 1 year. How about you? What's your longest funded account?
About a year as well. Also about a year.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I think if you can make an account last a year, like sort of minimum, I think you're in a pretty good stead.
This trade of mine is showing
I think
EP here, but on my terminal it did not.
Yeah, I was literally watching it. I was going to be like, "Oh, guys, way, let's go, TP hit," and I was going to make some like sound effects, but then it just like whipped it, and I thought, "Oh, I don't actually know if that would have triggered your TP on your terminal," so I thought I'd wait.
So you can show you on this one over here. If I go to NAS, so if you see these 2 black lines, that is the current spread between the bid and the ask currently on NAS. So my take profit was just by this line. Yeah, it was just by this line, and it just unfortunately it needs this bottom line to go above to kind of close
to take you up.
Not yet there, unfortunately.
Looks beautiful though, man. Yeah, really nice, really nice trade.
So far, so good. Yeah, so far, so good.
I'm trading something else besides NASDAQ right now.
No, just focusing on NAS. I've been looking at gold and I thought to myself, man, I would love to get in on a gold trade, but then I keep thinking to myself,
Where?
do I really want to? Do I really want to test the waters? We filled the cap yesterday, and I thought to myself this morning, oh, when I got out of bed, came back from the gym and whatnot, I thought to myself, oh, I can get in somewhere over here. And then I just thought, oh, but we're so close, you know, we're so close to this all-time high. I want to see the reaction up here first. Went about my business, came back, and then we had this reaction and started pushing. I was like, okay, I know I'm happy I didn't enter. But yeah, focusing mainly on NAS. NAS is my baby at the moment, so I want to take care of it. I want to take care of my baby right now, so focusing only on NAS.
That's a good approach.
Yeah, I don't want any other pair to like distract me and you know, with flashy clothing and, you know, like lovely cars and all that kind of stuff. No. I have a relationship over here that I'm trying to focus on. The relationship is with NAS.
You're a serious committed relationship with NASDAQ.
Monogamous, completely monogamous when it comes to to NAS. There was a question I just saw now. People,
So you're trying to say there's no window shopping in gold now?
No, there's no window shopping whatsoever. Somebody asked about how to trade NASDAQ with the fivers.
NAS 100, I believe, is the ticker, if that's what you're asking.
It was almost an hour ago asking, hi, I have a fivers 100k account and I want to trade NASDAQ. Fivers have NASDAQ 100 index. What lot size should I use? Also, what NAS on trading view should I use to analyze the market? So I trade only NAS, and I also trade CFD NAS via the fivers as well. What I like to use is the US Tech 100 index on trading view, specifically the IC Markets feed. And the reason for that is when I go to the NASDAQ, in this case NAS 100, via the fivers terminal, the pricing is very, very similar. And the movements on the chart is very similar between the two. Obviously not 100% correlated, there is some discrepancies, but it's the closest that I've gotten to good, like really good one versus the other, you know, comparison. And then in terms of lot sizes, get yourself this. It's the position sizer from earnforex.com. It's free to use. You can use it on any one of the fivers terminals. It's literally just read the instructions, learn a little bit how to use it, follow the instructions to install it on your terminal, done and dusted. And then you can have, let's say for argument's sake, if I were to enter a trade right now, and I was looking for, let's say, 40-ish points, I can say 1-to-1. It'll push my stop loss all the way up, my take profit all the way up here, my stop loss down here, and it will show me with 1% risk exactly what my position size is going to be. You don't have to like do any mathematical equations whatsoever. It's all there. You just decide, do I want what percentage I want, and there you go. So I would always recommend that. It just works. 100% just works. The trade is struggling now on the 5. There's another minute before the 15-minute candle closes, so it's not a very good candle right now. I will wait for the last 30 seconds or so from the 15-minute candle to decide whether or not I actually want to close this trade. Doesn't look bad.
Will I win any trades right now?
No, I'm not in any trades right now. I was looking a little bit earlier, but I can't really see anything that I like. Again, a little bit like gold. I looked at that, but it's just not doing what I want it to, and I'm like, well, in fact, I took a full L. I saw someone asking, I want to know how Will's trade went yesterday on gold. Took an L on gold yesterday, so I had an $800 TP end of last week, so Friday. SL yesterday, and it's a no trade day for me today. However, I'm going to see what happens tomorrow as we go through the sort of political stuff that's happening and the fundamental stuff. We'll see if that can sort of like push something in a direction that I want to trade. Wait, is Rich frozen or have I frozen?
No. Sorry,
no.
I was
No one is frozen.
no. I was just adjusting
Oh,
it.
no,
I
never mind now. Okay, no, I think it's me because now Anastasia's frozen.
Yep, again it's you.
It's definitely you, mate.
Yeah.
Just for
Yeah.
just for.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna pop up now. So again, mate.
No, you were saying, mate. It's all fine. You can say your piece.
Okay. I was going to say, I'm just going to pop off now. So I'm going to love you and leave you. Have a fantastic rest of the trading day. And say hello to Griff for me when he comes on. I shall see you all tomorrow. Have a fantastic trading day. Anastasiia, have a great day. Hope those storms don't interfere with your trading. And Richard, I shall see you tomorrow.
Cheers, mate. Have a good one.
See you.
Peace.
There we go. Yeah, I was just saying I've closed the trade at 25,901.21. So from my original entry point and stop loss was somewhere around there. It's a 0.7 R trade, but after I adjusted my stop loss, it's a 2 R trade. But I take it on the initialized entry point. So 0.7, that's not bad. So 0.35% gain on the account. I think it's good. Not bad.
It's amazing. I think it's a good run. I was looking at gold and silver today in the morning, but I don't really like this price movement.
Agreed.
So I'm staying away. I just, if this would be the only trade that I could take today, then it wouldn't be it.
Exactly, yeah.
Definitely wouldn't be this.
So if you're forced to take one trade, you kind of like look at it and you think, nah, no, don't like it.
Exactly.
Ooh, my apologies. What did I want to say? There was a question. Stephen Chapita saying, hello, Rich and Will. Obviously, hello to Anastasiia as well. Infinity, does Rise is the safe platform to receive our payments or payouts? Can we use direct transfers to our banks through Rise? I know Will uses Wise, but Rise is one of the things that the Fivers uses to pay out a lot of its funded traders. I haven't heard any issues with it whatsoever. Have you had any issues with Rise, Anastasiia?
I did because, but it's not because they are not safe. It's because they have very strict rules on verifications. And as I'm Ukrainian, they did have a problems with verifying my passport. So if you get to the verification phase with Rise, it's super simple. I really enjoyed receiving my payments through Rise as long as they accepted me, because then I had to change because they stopped accepting Ukrainian customers for a while. So I had to change it, but I really enjoyed working with them because it directly goes to your whatever you prefer.
Yeah.
Crypto was super easy, super fast, direct. It was honestly amazing. So yes, if you are really thinking about Rise, I would definitely recommend using this.
What's up, Griff? You seem a little spooked by the fact that you're on the screen.
I can't see myself on the screen. Now I am. Hello.
There's a small little delay. How are you, Griff?
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. How are you both?
Good.
I'm gravy, baby.
Looks like a good trade there, Richard. Is that a trade you've taken?
Yes, I've literally just closed it on this candle. It was a 1-to-1, so 40 points movement above and 1-to-1. Didn't quite hit my 40, unfortunately. It literally just wicked on the terminal, but because of the spread, it didn't close the trade. So, and then it started to pull back a little bit. So I was like, okay, I'm fine closing it where I closed it. So, yeah. So it would have been the perfect trade if it actually closed it out on that line instead of with spread. And I'm happy that I closed it because we're having a bit of a pullback now. So.
Oh yeah, well done.
Yeah. So wise decision.
The perfect exit before the pullback.
I wanted to on the close of this candle, to be dead honest with you, but I wanted to give it a little bit of an opportunity to try and push up, but it just didn't seem like it on the 5 minute like it wanted to. It just kind of like pushed a little bit. Okay, let's just close it. It's just Nico Nexus is saying, guys, if you were on a 5% drawdown on a 5K account, so 5% would be $250 on a 5K account. Will you trade? What will you trade, and what is your risk management? Can you give me some tips? So, personally, I would have reduced my risk at, let's say, if I've lost half of my allotted drawdown. If I've gone down 5% and out of the 10%, I would reduce my risk quite significantly if I feel like there's a problem with my strategy, or if I feel like the market is just not in the right mindset, let's put it like that. In the sense that you're going to have drawdown periods regardless. Doesn't matter how good your strategy is, you're going to have drawdown. It's kind of like how you approach your strategy specifically, I would think. If you normally trade at 1% and you're going through your 5th loss now, I probably would not be changing all that much. If that 5 losses is in line with what your back-tested data suggests is the mean amount of losses that your account is going to see, or your strategy is going to see. But if I feel like if it's more than, let's say I statistically have, let's say, 2 or 3 losses in a row, not 5, there might be a little bit of a problem, so I'll reduce my risk then. From 1% to 0.5%, or from 0.5% to 0.25%, just to give my account a little bit more time to allow for these losses to kind of like wean their way out and then get back to what my back-tested data suggests my strategy is capable of doing. How about yourself, Griff and Anastasiia? How would you approach Nexus' question?
Maybe you should start, perhaps.
Sure. I guess it depends on whether it's a challenge account or a funded account, and it also depends on the win rate of your trading strategy. For example, for me, 5% drawdown, completely normal. That happens. I'm just sitting in 5% drawdown. I've been sitting in 5% drawdown since the day I was born. You know what I mean? So it depends on your trading strategy. But it's always worth reviewing if you are feeling like you're digging a hole. But ultimately, if it's a challenge account, I just keep going as you're going. Those are expendable, and you can just replace a challenge account. But if it's a funded account, I definitely reduce my risk, because you never want to lose a funded account. It's the worst thing you can do. So yeah, I'd say if 5% drawdown is abnormal for your strategy, definitely do a review, take a step back, look at the data, maybe reduce your risk if it's a funded account. And if it's just a normal Tuesday 5% drawdown, I just continue trading as you are, provided those 5 losses, assuming 1% risk, are all normal trades. And then maybe reduce the risk still, because you definitely don't want to lose a funded account. But yeah, I think challenge accounts are disposable, and you can just buy another one if you fail.
I would say that the best, I agree with your approach, was reach and Griff. I would say this is the safest approach, especially if it's a funded account. I did figure out for myself, but it's that there is a side note for this, that if there is an account in a drawdown, it's actually easier for me to fund like an account, the broker account, let's say whatever, depending on the account size that you have, 500 to 1,000, connected to the copy trading on your funded account or like challenge account, and flip it, because then you have a set drawdown, which is usually make sure that the account is funded with a smaller amount than your overall drawdown left on the account that you trade. Let's say if you have like, I don't know, 2,000-3,000, fund 1,000, do a copy trading 1-to-1. In the worst case scenario, you're gonna lose 1,000 on that account, and on your account, you're not gonna lose your funded account like that, because you're gonna have more buffer. But flipping the account requires also this level of skills, both trained the mind and also making sure that you have a strategy for that. So I would say only do this when you know what you're doing, not hoping that you can flip the account 10 times just out of nowhere. So this is something that can work, and I've seen it working for lots of people because it's a little bit easier mentally, I would say. Maybe also something that would work instead of funding it, creating a demo on a brokerage for that specific amount, and also connecting it as a copy trading. Again, making sure that if you have like whatever 2,000 left, creating a demo on 1,500, connecting it one-to-one risk to your funded account that you have in a drawdown, trading on that demo, it's automatically going to be copied to the funded, which reduces the pressure because at this point you're not focusing on funded account, you're focusing on your demo account, and it's automatically getting copied, and your maximum risk is essentially blowing this demo account in your brokerage platform, which is still less than overall drawdown left. What makes sense? I hope it makes sense what I'm explaining. So this is something that can reduce the pressure, because I feel like the problem for a lot of people to get out of the drawdown is not a skill set necessarily, especially if you've been able to hold this funded account for a while. If you've been funded multiple times, it's not necessarily a technical skill problem. Most of the times it's a mental problem, it's a mental pressure, it's a stress from, being in the drawdown, and their urgency to get out of this drawdown and the pain that it causes to be in the drawdown, because, the pain that we experience from losing money when we are trading is actually equivalent to like a physical pain of losing something in our lives, so it's actually, it's not a joke necessarily, it's the same experience that we have. So this is most of the time that causes the problem of getting out in the drawdown for a long time. So if we find a way to reduce the pressure, because I've also seen many people reducing the risk, for example, and slowly getting out of the drawdown, but then things get a little bit better, and then you are making one more mistake again, and it's blown. And it was getting better, and then it's blown. And I've had this as well in the past many times. So the problem is, and the task, the focus is to not let your mind slip. And it's easier when we find a way to reduce the pressure. So I'd say also trying it with a demo account and connecting it might work.
That's good advice. I do that myself. I've heard a few people giving advice which is kind of in the same category to help reduce pressure by kind of avoiding actually seeing the drawdown. And I'm curious to hear whether you guys agree with this, because I'm not certain on it. But basically, in their trading journal, how like in Notion, for example, you can have all your profit and loss, and you can have a total at the bottom, and quite often you see that total every time you open up your Notion journal, so you're always seeing whether you're in drawdown for that month, or maybe you're looking at your journal on a yearly basis and you're seeing your yearly results every time you open up that journal to input a trade. Well, I've heard a couple people recommend just not adding up the total, so you don't actually know your total results. What do you guys think about that? And I guess it just means that you're focusing purely on a trade-by-trade basis. You don't know if you're up or down for the month. Maybe you have an idea, but it's just a way of avoiding that kind of psychological pressure, I suppose. Good, bad? What do you think?
Personally, I think it's like putting a Band-Aid on a very big cut. You should go see a doctor if you have a very big cut. The idea is that you're trying to not see it because, it bothers you so much. But I think that, you're creating a scenario where if it's out of sight, it's out of mind kind of like thing. But then one day you take a trade and then whoopsie, your account is gone because you just didn't focus on it. I think the idea should be you should start getting comfortable with the idea of being in drawdown rather than trying to avoid looking at a number. Just realizing that the number is not a reflection of your ability. It's not a reflection of who you are or anything like that. It's just that you're a little bit in drawdown and you're gonna be in drawdown because that's part of the game. It's just part of the price to play when coming to trading. I would rather just go and do a little bit of inflection and try and figure out why is it that being in drawdown affects you so negatively, instead of trying to avoid looking at it, because you're not going to get away from it. It's a part of the game. Let's just put it like that.
It's true. I agree with you, Rich, 100%. That is a part of the game and need to be able to, like ideally, need to be able to train your mind to the point that you are able to, that it's not necessarily not affecting you, because I think we are all humans, and no matter how much experience you have, to a certain degree, it will have an effect. Of course, the more experience you have, the less effect it's going to have, but it's still normal. Otherwise, I would say we need to be absolutely emotional maniacs to not feel anything when you experience a loss, because it would mean also that I'm, as a person, don't experience pain when I have the loss in my personal life, which is not healthy in the first place.
Yeah.
So, I'm not necessarily thinking that the goal is to train your mind to become a robot and sacrifice everything and your emotional intelligence in your whole life for trading. I think there is a balance. So as long as we are all humans, ideally, of course, need to be able to train your mind and your focus and emotions to the point that it doesn't, like, you accept the fact that the drone is there, and sometimes it will happen because it's normal to experience losses. There will be periods of time when it's not up to us, it's up to the market. If something's changed, we need to adjust, we need to change the strategy, and it's all right. There was always a period of time like that once in a while for every trader. However, first of all, I think it's a journey to get to that point. And if at this very moment you're struggling with seeing a drawdown, perhaps finding a way to not see it and getting out of it without facing it so often and so harsh can also help to afterwards in the future accept it easier. Because if you get out of it once, it's gonna be easier the second time, because you will know that you already did it in the past. If you get out of it twice, the third time is going to be even easier, because you will know that you have the skill set that you are capable of, and you will know what things you need to do, how you need to feel to help yourself to get out of this, drawdown situation, loss streak or anything else. And the more times we do it, the easier it becomes. There is a saying that everything is difficult until it gets done. So getting out of the 5% drawdown, 10% drawdown, whatever it is difficult until it gets done one time, second time, third time. Ideally, we wouldn't get there, but it can happen for many different reasons, So in the beginning, I would say whatever method works to get out of it with the least possible pain and risk for losing the account, do this. And the more you get out of this, recognize how would you feel when you are actually profitable and are able to bring a state of mind back to clarity and focus, and try to, next time if it happens, bring yourself to a state already by yourself, but doing other things, whatever, like sport, breathing exercises, meditating, whatever, just taking a break. So ideally, yes, but I think there is a journey to this.
I agree with you. Yeah, I remember when I had a mentor that was giving advice to this, to giving this advice to people. And at the time, I didn't fully agree with it, because I felt like avoiding the psychological challenges is not going to make you a better trader, and you're going to end up stuck in the same position, and you're always going to struggle in drawdown if you're hiding from it. And I think kind of facing these psychological hurdles is what ultimately makes you a better trader, and doing the hard emotional work is what it takes. But I can definitely see how it would help somebody kind of at the beginning of their trading journey. And maybe a band-aid, like Richard described, is exactly what you need to be able to kind of get a taste of those negative emotions without having to completely dive in. Because I
Yeah.
suppose to grow as a trader, you want to be able to maintain your trading results while also being able to digest the like emotional challenges. And if you have too big of an emotional challenge to digest, then your trading results are going to be impacted. So maybe a little band-aid is enough so that you can just kind of manage to absorb those negative emotions a little bit and get used to it a little bit without your trading results plummeting. So yeah, it's definitely a fine balance, especially early on. But personally, my approach has always just been in the deep end all the time from the beginning. So, and I guess that meant a bumpy start, but then you become used to it when it's much harder later on, which I guess is helpful.
Yeah, there's a saying that goes, the same boiling water that softens the potato hardens the egg. So, I mean, in essence, it's the same kind of pressure that everybody's feeling, but people deal with the same pressure differently. In your case, you're a jump in the deep end of the pool and learn how to swim kind of like person. Like you go 100% every single time. So for you, putting a little band-aid on it is not going to do anything. For you, it's like learn on the fly, get used to it. There we go, done and dusted. Someone maybe like Anastasiia might be completely different in this in the same sense of the word. So I don't think that there's a one rule fits everyone kind of like thing, and everybody is going to fit under the same like umbrella. What's up, LJ? But I do think that in the long run, I think it's always better to tackle the issue head on. But take whatever time you need and whatever assistance that you need up until that point to help you, to make it a bit more palatable, let's rather say. You know?
You want to tackle as much as you can without being overwhelmed.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Makes sense.
But ultimately, I think it's just the better approach in the long run. Is to don't avoid it at all.
Yeah.
Get used to it. Get comfortable being uncomfortable, because that's how you learn.
Especially with hiding your trading results from yourself, I think that has other negatives beyond emotional protection. Like, you don't know how you're performing that month. Hi, LJ, I've not seen you for a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute, man, dude. Good to see you, Griff.
Good to see you too, mate. I like the dock lock.
Yeah, I know. It got changed a while ago, and I just sort of adopted it.
Stuck with it. Right? That's great. Love it.
Yeah, because the LJ thing just stuck from before, but typically everyone calls me Lock, right? So I don't know. I was like, we had Doc LJ before. I was like, oh, I might as well make it Doc Lock. Kind of.
That's great.
So yeah, it stuck with that. I missed what you guys were talking about before. Akram's like, LJ had the combo locked in. I don't know what you guys were talking about before, but I think I caught the end of it. As far as jumping in the deep end, I think is what you're saying, Griff, you tend to do. I would say that's definitely my propensity as well. Just jump in the deep end, learn how to swim on the fly, and hopefully you don't drown. You know, but for some people that works, some people it doesn't, right? So
it depends if you're I guess it depends where you're starting off, because if you're a brand new trader and you've got like 300 grand to trade with, maybe you don't want to dive in the deep end straight away. Maybe you do want to have some little protection mechanisms in place. But yeah, I guess when I started trading, I just had like a demo account and like a bag of crisps. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Dude, I was about to say, if you just started trading, you got 300 grand to start off with, and you're in a pretty fortunate position.
Yeah. You're pretty sick.
Yeah, gosh, I mean that's very fortunate. Like, you got a lot of room to play with.
How did this happen? 300k to start? Who's your family? Can I be your friend?
Yeah, it's not a common snenario. I would also say that did that.
It's probably a bad scenario, to be honest, because most likely you're gonna, probabilistically, like most people, you're gonna burn the whole thing. You're probably gonna go from 300k to zero or to like 20k, and then be like, oh, what happened, right? And then have to rebuild. So I think it's actually better starting from the lower rungs and then learning how to build things up, getting that kind of management through the whole thing. I might be talking random stuff. I don't know what you guys were talking about before, but
No, you're on it.
yeah.
Yeah, it was basically a question that Griff presented us in the sense that if someone goes into drawdown, how would you approach being in drawdown, where he's heard people literally just completely hide their drawdown, so that they don't know at all whether or not they're in drawdown. And then we kind of like discussed.
It means you can trade without, completely non-bias.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's not impacting your next few trades, because early on, drawdown's really going to impact you emotionally. But then at the same time, avoiding those negative emotions means you're always going to struggle when you're in drawdown, and you're never going to grow as a trader. So that was the kind of purpose of the convo.
Yeah, we looked at Neko Nexus's question. Maxwell Bonnie, there's a good question here. Is there any help for a forex trader wanting to transition to futures trading? Very funny that you would ask that specific question, because the Fivers very soon is going to release its futures platform, and along with that futures platform being released, I can guarantee you that there will be some training material, there will be some excellent hosts that can provide you with information on how to do forex trading, and then transitioning over to futures trading. We will have everything. So just a little bit of patience. Once that is released, all of that data will be available to you right here on this YouTube channel, as well as at thefivers.com. You should have all of that information there waiting ready for you.
I would also say anytime Anastasiia is in the team, right? Definitely tune in then. She's the queen of futures. So there you go.
Thanks, Andre. Thank you so much.
Am I wrong? Like,
I do actually try.
my face is being blocked right now by an M, but am I wrong? right?
No, you're not wrong.
Advising based on futures always, yeah. So you can say that I only try this. So.
Anastasiia is what we call the pinnacle of humble. She would never admit that she is the queen of futures, but we know the truth.
When I will make X amount of money that I want, perhaps I'm gonna be able to admit it a little easier. But who knows? Actually, I'm not sure. This plank is always going away somewhere.
Very true.
So.
That's fair. I was going to say as well, Anastasiia, as far as our Thursday projections for the year, some of my projections have already almost been met. What do I do now? My projections from like Q3, right, all the way back from, I think Akram brought up some of the clips back when we had the last trading competition. I was talking about Aussie dollar up towards 69.70 cents, 69.40. We've now met that target. Q1 target for euro dollar as well, up towards 120. We're now on target for there. Same with the NASDAQ. We've met that target. So I got to revise the targets either
I
as
need
this is the peak or readjust higher, because we've met them much quicker.
I've had the same as gold, silver now.
Yeah.
The USD/JPY.
Yeah, and that's the next one, dollar yen. I'm very much on the as we've talked about dollar yen for some time, about it coming off, and now we're finally seeing it. Very happy. So
the dollar is breaking all the levels.
Yeah,
now.
but it's so early. We're basically 3-4 weeks in.
Tomorrow also to revise my plan for the rest of Q1 because
I'm so thankful I don't have this problem. I don't have to predict that far into the future. I just go day by day. It's tomorrow's problem, not today's.
Yeah, I was thinking more towards end of Feb, like sort of first week of March. We'd get here by then. We've got kind of the Fed thing starting to get some kind of direction. Trump putting his new, whoever's going to be the Fed chairman, that kind of stuff. Data coming through, everything. Obviously, we had the Greenland thing, all this stuff that's popped off in the past couple of weeks. So it's accelerated that much quicker. So I'm now wondering, same with gold even. Gold is the hard one, and I think indices are the hard one, right? Those are the two I'm struggling with. Because I'm wondering whether to keep the 5,500, 5,600 peak for gold this year. Or if I need to change that. I'm still leaning towards that will be the top, and we kind of get towards there, but they come off. So we'll see. I'll think about it. The currencies, we've already met those measures. So I mean, that makes it hard in the sense that we've hit that. So now I've got to reforecast the dollar from here, which arguably would just be higher. But I'll have to
What
think
do you
about
think
it
about the
Thursday.
fact that-
I got 2 days to think about it. So
What do you think about the fact that the DXY has been so bearish over the last week or so? Do you think that this is just a short-term dollar weakness, or do you think that this is probably a larger issue that is starting to present itself?
I would not say it's an issue. I would say it's a larger trend shift, but it's just a continuation of last year. And to be honest, it's actually what the financial system globally actually needs. As far as outside of, say, your G7, G8, G9, G10, whatever countries, that is actually very beneficial for those kind of, I hate saying it, but like kind of third world countries type thing. That benefits them heavily. And obviously right now, a lot of geopolitical shifting around. We're basically due for it. Like, you go through those large sort of cycles. We're now set up to have the dollar coming back off. It's been very strong for some time. And just because, as well, often people see the dollar coming off as some kind of like, we're going into a market crash or some negative whatever thing. We had that through the same period through like 2000s, came off very heavily, but everything skyrocketed. It's not necessarily bad because you get like it's a two-sided thing, like a double-edged sword, right? Where they've had the benefit, now that has to come off, but now it benefits other secondary, third, tangential type countries, and they start to progress and move up, which then benefits the global economy. So I think that's overall actually a good thing in large. I think there's a lot of risk. Obviously, Trump's doing some weird stuff. You got the debt prospects, all that kind of thing. Bonds are kind of weird. What's the defensive asset? Hence, everyone's piling into gold. I think silver is massively overblown. That will come off very heavily. It's not a precious metal the same way. And the thing is, there is a industrial component to it. But now that we've gotten this high, I think the shift will go, any of those industrial components, copper and silver are not that far apart. But this price, silver makes it, you just can't functionally do it as a business. So I think you will get a rotation, silver coming off, and copper, which is already up, will go further to the moon. That's my piece right there.
Your prediction.
Yeah, because it's the same way, like, if everyone could use gold, they would. Gold's the best. But too expensive.
Yeah.
So same thing with silver. Once you get to these levels, it's multiple hundreds of % higher that even per the industrial use case, is too much. So copper will come back in vogue, and you'll just disseminate that cost, and maybe you have slightly less efficiency across your production. But if the cost is reduced by 300-400%, and you just produce more total volume, that makes up for it, right? So, yeah. I like gold going higher. I think silver is in a bubble, for sure.
I like how someone said in the chat, gold is cheaper than Bitcoin, so gold has a long way to go. I was really comparing gold with Bitcoin now. I mean, I know they say Bitcoin is a digital gold, but seriously, are we doing that? On the flip side, I just read the information that, that in the crypto chats event, because crypto has been down for a while, people started more than, they're basically talking more about gold and silver than about crypto. And just yesterday, and silver added $1.65 trillion to capitalization of the whole market. And just to understand, this is a whole capitalization of the Bitcoin. And it was added to gold and the silver market just yesterday in one day, in 24 hours.
Wow.
And that's the thing to remember, that these are paper gains versus like fundamental use, right? And eventually something like silver is, at the end of the day, is not a precious metal, right? So we'll come back. It's still industrial. It has not met the precious metal criteria at all. It's been out of favor for some time, nowhere near there at this point. So you will get a gravity type effect for it to come back to Earth, right? So yeah, I'm looking for the heavy shorts, just like last year when we were touting gold and cleaning up the shorts on gold. Depends how you want to play it, but we got the 8% and then the 5%, drawdown on gold. That was great.
It's a double a little bit. I'm a little double on those because last year we were also talking about approximately in summer that it's so much attention to gold and silver that it should drop and it should have the correction. On the other hand, usually the correction starts when it's the least expected. I think we are getting close to the point when we're gonna have the pullback on gold and silver, especially on silver, I think. However, I'm not sure 100% if we are there yet. Because it's a similar situation as last year. Now it's getting more and more and more attention. There is more money being added. If it would drop immediately, if the collapse would start now, it would cause money flowing out of the market. I'm not 100% sure if we are yet there, or we're gonna continue higher for a little bit and then collapse when it's at least expected by traders. What do you think about that?
Would you not argue that the reason that we've had these blow-off tops, right? So we had the CME increasing margin requirements, right?
Yeah.
That was back at like 70 to 75.
Yeah.
Dollars an ounce, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there was a bunch of hedge funds, institutional players that were very underwater, which is why the CME itself actually went to that degree of increasing the margin requirements. And then we saw that drop. A bunch had to liquidate. And then we've seen the further gains higher. So at this point, would you not potentially see that as the blow-off top, at least near term? Right, potentially there might be some last gasp in it, but I think from here, to be honest, I think the next direction is 90 for silver. Also, similarly for gold, back towards 4,800 to 4,900. Now, I think gold has more legs in going higher after that. I think silver might have a bit more struggle in the same velocity of momentum that it has had.
So you're waiting for the drop approximately from here already.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of chatter already from Reuters and Bloomberg, from a lot of institutional players that I get from my personal brokerage stuff. So this is from like institutional outfits I'm seeing that they're now looking for that. Some kind of move towards $90 an ounce, 90 to 95 on silver, and 4,800 to 4,900 on gold, at least near term. Because they basically reports are saying they can't find a further bid from here. It's been too cooked, too fast. No one wants to engage at the, because the other things are to remember the market cap for it to actually increase the price further from here on a paper gains type level. That's quite significant, right?
I just don't.
And they can't find the volume to see it go higher.
Yeah, I just don't necessarily like their V-shaped correction we had yesterday, because we did have an attempt to drop on silver and gold already yesterday, and it did come back to the same highs.
Yeah,
No
yeah.
one-
I mean, it could be plus minus. You know, say silver like 115, 116, 117, but you're getting to the extremes, right? It's almost like when you need, you know, Apple or Nvidia to go up another 5% or something. If you think about the total dollars inflow to make that actually happen, incrementally it gets harder and harder and harder as you go up, right? So same deal. Now we're at such extreme prices as far as global capital out there. These numbers are insane. So the only way for us to be continuing to price these levels, just like you were saying with silver, the sort of daily gain, basically the total market cap of Bitcoin, the only way is through leverage, right? So it's like a notional position rather than outright capital. So hence, anytime that reverses or gets a slight any kind of input that this might be fragile, people liquidate very quickly. So that's my concern right here.
It's like a bit of a jump scare.
Yeah, it's basically you're now building on like a house of cards. So prior you had like a raw foundation, now you're building on fragile sticks. It's like balsa wood, you know.
It's like the Burrow in Harry Potter.
Yeah.
It's holding on by magic.
Lots of things in the market are holding on by magic.
Can you imagine?
The whole market always is, to be honest. That's how it exists.
Holding on by hope.
I want to say though, Griff,
Yep.
since last time that you saw me, or at least in relative recency, how many trades have you taken? As we used to do this every time.
Yeah. So far, I think since I last saw you, I didn't take any trades in December. And in January, I've taken 2 trades so far, and both were losses. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
one of them, it was a trade I took last week on Thursday, and it tagged me out by 0.1 pips, and then it's ran to a 9% profit. So it's just typical.
9%. Holy
Yeah.
fuck. Jesus.
So it's pretty annoying to miss out on that one by the smallest possible margin.
Oh. That is
what
usually the problem when you have such tight stop losses that sometimes just the smallest of margins is the one that just knocks you out. And then you kind of like get the feeling like, oh, I should have, I should have made it a little bit more. And then you go and test it and you realize, it was a singular occurrence where every other time if you had done that, you would have lost more, that kind of like thing. So
yeah, exactly. There were times when I was like, should I increase my stop loss just by like 1 or 2 pips, because it felt like it was happening to me so often. And when I would experiment with that, my whole results went down. So it's just not worth it. The few trades that win, they do so well because of the tight stop loss. But yeah, in this case, 10.1 pips would have kept me in, but my 10 pip stop loss tagged me out.
Dude, that's rough. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
All right, give me 1 sec. Sorry, my partner's dropping something off.
No worries.
Come back. I see you.
I was looking at my screen now and I just realized I accidentally deleted my sessions indicator. So I was like, where's the London low? What the hell? Oh, never mind. I was going to have a look at chat, but chat has been really handling itself today. Let's put it like this. A lot of discussions in between each other. Let me quickly go run through. This good thought from Unbiased Trader, saying 23 minutes ago, saying, adversity doesn't weaken you. It reveals your hidden strengths. Hard times force resilience, wisdom, and character. Key idea, pressure creates leaders. Good in theory, but I also think that there's like, a born aspect as well to being a good leader. But I do agree with most of the statement. Yes, I think some people might see it as hard times kind of, weakens a lot, or like there's a lot of people that just doesn't survive hard times. But it's like in preparation of hard times, I think, helps a lot more than just the hard time itself. So being prepared for a difficult time or being prepared for adversity helps a lot more than just having it sprung upon you and then you must just react. So yeah, hard times forces resilience, wisdom, and character. Interesting. In short, pressure reveals power. Interesting. Unbiased Trader saying, Anastasiia, I hope you didn't trade with funding ticks. I don't know what funding ticks is.
No, I didn't. I didn't like their overall in general. Not the history, not, the whole program that they had. So I never traded with them.
So far, Anastasiia, have you been looking at anything specific throughout the day that you are interested in trading? Because I know that you have a very specific set of assets that you look at, and if you in generally don't force trading on other assets as well. So have you seen anything today?
No, I haven't seen anything today at all. I had my hands almost itching to take a sell on gold, but I had held myself in hands, let's call it this way, so I didn't end up taking any trades today, and I'm not really planning to unless on the New York something changes, because I'm not particularly sure about in any silver or gold or Bitcoin or Ethereum situation now, and I really don't want to get back into currencies at the current moment, because last time that I did, it's not something that actually played for me. So I'm only focusing on this now, on metals and main cryptos, and I'm looking at the situation with oil and then gas. Whenever they do look a little bit better. Gas is also something that we talked about with LJ last week, that in the beginning of the month I was looking at gas to go 5-6, and it already went immediately in the beginning, already in January, before the end of January as well. If you look at gas, it gained 10% only like last in the day when we were talking about it with LJ, but we can see that in just a week it went from $3 to $7. So it's 200% gain in a week, basically. you know. So it's
It's quite a good gain if you
yeah, it's
consider.
true. Yeah.
Very good.
So I'm not, yeah, and unfortunately, I didn't take this trade because I didn't expect it to spike so so fast because it was from what we were looking at, it was purely based on the temperature around US, which I'm not sure that that is true, but it is what it is, you know. So I'm not right now. I'm seeing if this is gonna come down a little bit to take another buy, and also for oil overall, with the situation with US and Venezuelan oil and Trump wanting cheaper oil in general, I'm seeing if there will be any changes in this. So, but for the current moment, there is also nothing. So I'm want to technically, my overall overview for their year is oil going lower, but I don't see yet where to take the sell. So I want to see some movement before I'm gonna get into this, into energies back. And no, so nothing for this moment, to be honest.
How's the leg?
I'm not gonna believe I took the clay off because I couldn't anymore, and I went to the gym already. So I should have held it until Monday next week. But it's okay. I'm walking already. I'm not yet running. I'm not yet playing paddle. I did book a match for myself on Saturday already, but I'm already walking.
It's your life, it's your choices. I'm not
Alright.
going to say break a leg again because you like taking it very, very, very seriously when we tell you break a leg. Yeah.
Break 2 next time.
Hey,
That'll be real serious. That's when you know you're hardcore. You're gonna break both of them. You're like,
come on.
I'm fully done.
I don't want to break anything anymore. Ever. One time was enough.
There's a James Pinhorn is saying, I bought gold at 4,420 and got out at 4,620, but I wish I'd held it longer. I'm waiting for a structure break first if selling gold. Fair enough, but once again, it's unfortunate that you didn't stay into it, or you didn't stay into it where it is now, but you must have had a reason to get out. So just accept. Live with the decision that you have made. You will be a lot happier for the rest of your life if you stop living in hindsight. In general, I'm not saying you are, just saying in general.
That's fair.
Very true.
You don't want to, cry over broken legs, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. I should have kept my cast on until Monday. Next week, when Monday comes, I should have worn my cast until Monday. Akram asking, Rich, do you think leaders are genetically wired differently? As I had that conversation with LJ about some people just being wired differently to excel in trading. Consider myself an underdog, never lost hope. I think, in general, that some people are just wired differently. And it's not just leaders, it's like in any field you can think about. My wife is incredibly artistic, so all of the stuff in the background is her artwork. I can learn how to do this stuff, but she has a natural affinity for it. So I think that some people are just more inclined to being a little bit more drawn towards a certain field, and it comes to them a little bit more naturally. Not that it cannot be learned. So I would say that that's more my viewpoint on that. So I would much rather have somebody show natural affinity for leadership and then present them with an opportunity to carry on being a leader, quote unquote, instead of someone learning how to be a leader from a textbook or learning, quote unquote, the ideal leader and then, and falling into it and then realizing that, maybe they just don't have that natural affinity for it. And it's the same with any field. You can learn to do it by all means.
I agree. So I would say definitely certain people have a natural proclivity, like you were saying, to certain fields, or it might be okay, to use the generic ones like athletics or some kind of academic field, mathematics is a good example. People tend to either hate math or they absolutely love it, right? It's very binary. Now, I always hate that because I always tell people that so-called not math people, yes, you can 100% do math. Like it's not, especially math, it's very systematic. Once you figure it out, it's the same thing again and again. Like that's it. It's not, there's no abstract weird stuff. You just repeat the same thing, right? It's very, yeah. So, but certain people definitely have a certain proclivity to just naturally gravitate to certain areas. But don't take that as something that you can't do it at all. There's, again, even in athletics, like a lot of people that have that natural proclivity could have actually been way better. But as we know, they've rode on that like talent aspect. There's the talent versus skill. And because they've rode on talent, they forgo the skill aspect because they ride on that. And then there's some people that do talent and skill, and then they end up as, you know, amazing, like GOATs, greatest of all time type aspect. Yeah. So if you just want to achieve a high level in whatever you're doing, you definitely can. You just got to apply yourself. You'll be able to do it. You're still a human like anyone else. Maybe you don't have the as quick, rapid function like someone else, but doesn't mean you can't do it. You can still get there. Apply yourself, and you will get there. Particularly because most people are not applying themselves. You will quickly escape into another band and find yourself actually accelerating much further than you thought very quickly. So that's what I say. If you want to do something, just do it. It's literally just Nike. Like Nike's slogan is the best. Just do it. Like that's
Shia LaBeouf. Do it. Just do it.
Do it.
There's a very good question here from Satish asking, hi, I'm a beginner. Today onwards, I am using Fivers. How to set a limit order, need your support. Well, lovely. If you, Remy, if you can bring my chart up, I've got my terminal open and I can show you exactly how you can set a limit order. Now, there is a few ways for you to do it. The simplest way is on your terminal, on the Fivers terminal. This is MT5, by the way. You can click on Tools, and then you can say New Order. Or you can press F9, and it will give you a new order. Okay, so when you're on this screen, so let's assume that we're not using the position sizer. On this screen that you see right now, you'll see symbol, you'll see type. On type, it says Market Execution. You can click on that one, say a pending order, and then just underneath that type, there's a new subheading that says type as well. And you can choose different limit orders, stop limits, buy limits, sell limits, stop buy limit orders. All of that is here. You can select whichever one it is with the volume that you want at the exact price entry that you want. So let's say hypothetically, I have a buy at 25,900 as an example. You'll see that there should be a line that pops up here. I don't think I have it colorized at the moment, but it should pop up for you. And then you place your stop loss as well. So 25,500 as an example. You give it a take profit point and all of that stuff. You add when exactly the expiration needs to be. Is it going to be today? What time? You do all of that from the screen. So you can do that. Or alternatively, you can download yourself the position sizer, which is free from earnforex.com. And here on this one where it says instant, you can click to make it pending. And then you can place a pending order wherever you want to. And then on the trading, you can just say execute. So there's a few ways for you to do that specifically. It's really just going to depend on whether or not you're going to use a position sizer or whether or not you're going to use the functionality of MetaTrader specifically.
Yep.
And then there's another way. You can right click on the screen, on the chart, and you can say sell limit as an example.
That's what I do.
Yeah, and then It will be there. You can right-click on it to say modify, and it will give you this modification screen, and you can add all of the information there as you want. So in this case, I'm just going to delete it. So there's a multitude of ways for you to do it.
Nice one.
And
Richard.
yeah, Akram, definitely we should have a good chat with that in the Discord for sure.
I'll join you guys on Friday if you want, and then we can have a nice little long discussion on that and all things.
Definitely, because I think that's it. That's actually a good topic because a lot of people jump into stuff. And sometimes you might actually not realize that you're actually that type of doing something, right? A lot of people didn't recognize that they're... same with old mate. I mean, you take, say, Michael Jordan, right? He got put into the lower team before he went higher. That was also partially because he was a bit... his personality, right? Which was the main... Not because of skill, right? But what's his name? South African player, Etzebeth.
Gibbon, yeah.
Yeah. So he played in the B team, lower grade, whatever. No one would look at him. And 4 years later, he was playing for South Africa. World stage, everything. And now he's one of your guys' like top staple players. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. He's the machine, right? So case in point that someone that was apparently not looked at, right, comes to be the absolute machine on the world stage of rugby, hands down, no question, right? But if you're there at 16, you'd be like, mate, what am I doing? I'm not even in the top tier for playing at high school or university or whatever, and then there you go. So
I mean, there was some genetics that assisted, obviously. You know, he is like 2 meters plus and whatnot, but
with that, you would have thought at 16
exactly.
that he would already get accelerated there.
Yeah.
Even just off that basis without that skill. They would see his undeveloped skill that you would just get put there, right?
Unrefined, I would say. So
exactly.
You might have the skill and you might not. Yeah, you might have like the genetics, but it's very unrefined, and you just need that opportunity, but also the willpower to want to try and refine it, and then you will get to that
exactly.
position.
And that's where I think the conversation gets very interesting, where you've got the capacity, but you might not have quite unlocked that click to. Yeah. So it's definitely there. So I think that's a very good idea, Akram. I like it.
I'll jump in on Friday and we can have like a nice little discussion about that. Griff, I'm assuming that you need to hop out, my friend. You do look like you're ready to go.
Me too, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much to you guys for joining the conversation and spending some time with us here on the live stream. Anastasiia and Griff, have a great day further.
See you guys. You as well.
A great day. I'll see you on Thursday for our yearly predictions.
Yeah. Do you have any other like structure around it? Because so many of mine have been hit. So do we have like your top 3 preferred predictions or something like some kind of?
Let's chat about it on
Okay,
WhatsApp.
cool.
I need to go on the call.
No, that's fine. That's right.
Thank you so much. See you soon.
Cheers, Anastasiia. What's up, Samir? How are you, my friend?
Samir, how are you doing?
Guys, how are you? I'm good. What about you?
Good to see you, brother.
Same
All
here.
great,
Long
man.
time no see. So how you guys are doing?
Going well, man. Going well. What about yourself? How's the new year treating you? Good?
I was. It was really boring for me. I'm not really that exciting guy, you know. I don't celebrate a lot. I stay at home. If I got work here and there, I be there.
Yeah. Fair,
I'm a boring guy, man.
Just waiting for market activity to pick up again. Like, come on, guys, get back to work. Let's go. Let's trade.
Exactly.
That's good, man.
NPalcon saying, really now, what's next? How to turn on your computer? Well, this is a platform for people to learn. So if people have questions regarding trading or anything trading related, whether it's the platforms that we use, the terminals that we use, fundamentals, they're free to ask their questions, and we will try to the best of our ability to give an answer, at least our understanding of it at least. So let's not be a troll if somebody asks a good question. Moroccan
Yeah, I was going to say,
yeah.
Yeah, with Moroccan. Why don't you trade at the open of the markets? Why you guys always stream in between the US Open and EU Opens? So we start just by the European Open, so just by London, and we go right through to New York, into New York Open, and just past that as well. And from here as well, we'll be going beyond just New York Open. So the live stream will be extending a bit further. But yeah, dude, if you tune in, we're here the whole time. You got a bunch of hosts checking in, checking out, that kind of stuff. Everyone has their own specialty, certain trading styles or approaches, that kind of stuff. We're here the whole time. So I'm sure you'll see many hours across the board. But yeah, just check in whenever.
I see
Scrolling
like
down
1 to
through
2
the chat.
risk to reward on US 100. Did you catch
What's that?
1 to 2 risk to reward? Rich.
I got a 1-to-1 on a trade now today. This is my first trade again, or it's my first trade since last week, and it was this little buy here. It was a 1-to-1. Sorry, it was a 1-to-1 initially. Even though it shows that it took profit here, it didn't. The spread itself just did not hit my take profit. But what I did do is I did reduce my stop loss a little bit, and then I closed the trade just after it looked as though it wanted to start pushing a little bit lower. So I ended up taking a 0.71 R trade for London session, which is fine because I think it ended up being 0.36% gain on the account, which is exactly within the ballpark of what I'm looking for a London trade. I'm just waiting for New York to open up, and I want to see a nice structure shift, either to carry on going bullishly or to start pushing bearishly, and then I will just trade that. So I'm waiting for New York session to open.
I'm also waiting for the same. And I'm noticing my win rate on US 30 is a little bit better, like if I compare to NAS 100. So I can shift to US 30 only.
Ooh. Look at this nice little movement on US 30. Let's see. We're still
did
very
you say you want to shift from NASDAQ to US 30?
No, I do trade both of these indices, but my win rate is better on US 30. So I might can take a shift here and there. So let's see what market does today. I have to wait for, of course, NYSE open. And yesterday I took a long, I think. Yeah. It was a good session for me. Secured 1-to-1, and I can explain to our viewers where I executed the trade. Okay, I think it was somewhere around here. Yeah. So as I have mentioned, I
was just gonna say I love your chart setup. This brings me back to when I first started, the raw just red and green, and the white.
Yeah,
it's amazing. I love it.
Trading view also have changed a little bit. Like a little bit of appearance. It was not that much, but if you see, I started 6 years ago. So trading view has changed a little bit. So if guys are
same deal. And trading on any platform back then when I started, there was no dark mode, it just didn't exist for Windows or whatever, 13 years ago. Yeah, so this was it brings back those nostalgic kind of feels. I like it. Anyway, but sorry, disrupted. Go on.
No, I was just explaining the trade. So my strategy is very simple. I just took a breakout of this. I just wait for an impulse and correction. This was a correction to me. I just took a trade here. And my stop loss placement is always based on 15-minute structure. Let me go. Okay. My structure was this, and I was targeting 1-to-1. I might have entered a little bit early that because this was my 1-to-1 right here. I got lucky, I think. I secured my 1-to-1 and it just dumped from there. I haven't noticed, but today I'm seeing I just got my target here and it is just dumping from there. So I just got lucky.
Yeah, I was
Fair.
gonna say that we're still very much US30 in this like very long-winded bullish channel. Just long. I think we started this channel in April of 2025, with the top end being July 2025. So we've got this very long-winded bullish movement, but we just came to like the midpoint of that and just came down and tested the 0.25% or the 1 quarter lower quarter percent, and then we're testing the upper quarter percent. So we're just kind of like hopping between those points. So I mean, if you can get in on a like LJ would say, like one standard deviation, if this was like a deviation channel, like getting in on the one deviation, buying it into like the midpoint, buying it higher into the, one deviation higher, positive one, selling back down into half, like midpoint again, and then to -1 deviation, that kind of like thing. I think it could kind of work.
Are you using it now as well, Rich?
Say again?
Are you using it now?
What, the standard div?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Come on.
Yeah, I
we
should
need
have
more people on this train. It's good.
I can bring it in,
on.
but the thing is, like, it's
good.
The standard deviation. I don't know what to use as an anchor point. So I can see that I can use the previous day or previous or whatnot. So it's like, what's the right anchor point for a standard deviation? Where for me, it's just like I just draw the channel, and then I have the 75% and the 25% basically as the standard 1 deviation and 2 deviation above and below. So I have a little red line, a little green line indicating the whole channel for me.
Well, it depends what because I saw your thing before. It depends what time frame you're active on, right?
Yeah. So this is
it'd be
the
similar deal to so like are you trying to play a hand of poker, or like 2 or 3, and then like leave the table, or are you trying to play for like 4 hours? You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah, I get it. Are you in it for the long haul, or you just want to like cash and go?
Yeah. So are you trying to win and dip, or like blackjack as an example, in and out, or are you trying to play the thing? So for yourself, obviously using it on a lower time frame with tighter parameters would still work very effectively. And that's also still what I do when I do sort of lower time frame intraday or scalping type activities. Do it. Use it. Come on. Come to the dark side.
Dark side. We
have the dark side. Myself and Dirk. Come on. We need everyone to come to the dark side.
Send me a good standard deviation indicator, and then also like a decent
with
setting to play around with. And then
some cross oscillation to
just something that can tickle me interest, as they say. Okay. Just and then we can go from there. That kind of like thing. And then maybe you may just convert me. I don't know.
All right, fair. Because from here, I did pick up a boot camp. I'll say straight
boot camp
on stream.
Okay,
with you guys. So we'll do that. It might be some fun.
Yeah,
we'll run that through right now. Let's go to mine. This will be my screen, which is very big and large. Let's see if we can reduce it to, if I can, lower size. So maybe you guys can see this stuff properly. just had a couple trades here. But yeah, so I will start to run this through with you guys, the bootcamp. Right.
So live
when I
trading,
go,
for everyone else that is not aware, LJ is joining the live trading cult of the Fivers, doing actual trades on screen, showing everybody exactly where he gets in and why he gets in. So thank you for joining us.
There you go. There you go. On the dark side now. So if you guys want to, so obviously I have everything set up. So if I put this to full screen,
it does minimize
this right now.
But
yeah, I was going to say, hang on. Let me see. Okay, now I can see what you guys are saying. So I have a very large screen in front of me, obviously. So I have all this stuff at the top. So I'll see if we can create another structure that would be good for you guys to see for the actual live stream, per se.
You can get something called OBS. If you have that, then you can stream via OBS, and then you can have your screen segmented. And then if it says select screen, then you're only selecting a section of the screen. Or you can have fancy zones, which is just free, and then that you can have the fancy zone. Yeah, so you can use the fancy zone and then reduce the section of your screen that's in use.
That's how I brought it up before, like this, right? With fancy zone. Trouble is, myself trading it.
You need
it
very...
Yeah, it is better than the previous one.
Routine, that kind of stuff. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah. Fair.
So that, or else I do like just one chart on the screen. But for you guys that are wondering, this is actually what my MT5 looks like, personally.
So not nearly
day-to-day
as your...
No,
normal.
yes. I have other things that are very chaos. This still might look chaotic to some people, but yeah, it's for me. This is actually very simple.
I mean, comparing it with your trading views, yes, this is incredibly simple.
Mate, you need to see my C trader. That's the one that's.
You've got me on Discord, mate. You can send me a like a screen grab of what it looks like the absolute chaos.
Yeah.
We do have an amazing trader in the background. If he wishes to find his way into the screen with us, or if he just in the background permanently.
Lost half of what you said before.
Oh, Victor, do you want to hop in? That's what I'm asking. Open invitation. Victor.
How is everyone doing? How are you doing, guys?
Really good in you, Victor.
Good, man. Good.
It's good.
Good to see all of you again. The market has been ripping. I mean, if you're trading EU, GU, it's been a bit of a crazy house.
It's a little bit difficult to decide where to get in on EU and GU if it's rallying that much. I generally want to have a little bit of a pullback or like a little bit of a reprieve, and then show continuation of that momentum and then jump in. So if it's just rallying, it's sometimes a little bit difficult to pick that opportune entry point.
We are already doing like something like 88 on the if you look at the daily ATR, which is currently at 65, and if we measure today's range, we're already doing 88. So meaning now is the moment to get in on this rally is in the past, as far as I'm concerned. But yes, the coming back. The moment to get into such a rally is when it gets back to some kind of demand zone that we had from yesterday. That was the moment to get in, which is at the beginning of the London session. It was. We can go through it. That's the moment to get in when we have previous fresh order blocks on a relevant time frame that makes sense. But now this is the end game to me. So I'm already in or I'm just watching.
Yeah, I think I'm watching, and I'll be watching from the sideline. All right, with Victor and Samir here, gentlemen, I am going to have to love and leave you. I have a prior commitment that I need to prep for. So I'm going to leave the stream in your very incredibly capable hands. LJ, thank you very much for hopping in again. Dude, what time is it by you? It might be like early hours of, or late hours of the evening.
11. It's like 11:30.
It's not too bad for LJ.
It's a
That's fine.
typical weekday
I'm
for.
awake. But yeah,
LJ,
I will say bye as well. With you, Rich. Equally. See you guys tomorrow.
Awesome, mate.
Ciao.
Take care, LJ, Rich. Thank you very much. As always, very enjoyable to have you on stream.
Yeah, just love having LJ around.
Come on, Rich. See you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Wednesday. We'll get it. See you guys there. Ciao for now.
For some midweek madness. Samir and Victor, have a great day, guys. For everybody in chat, thank you very much for joining us for this afternoon session. We're going into now to the prep for the New York session and then going into the New York session. If you haven't already, drop us a like. If you haven't already, drop us a subscribe. We're trying to get to 100k subscribers before, let's say, the end of March. That would be amazing.
End of
we
March?
can, with your
We can
guys'
do
assistance,
better.
let's get there. Yeah, we can definitely get there. That's why I'm saying I'm giving it until March, but I know we can get there before.
Awesome.
It is, it is the Fivers' 10th anniversary, 10th birthday this year. So we would really love if you guys can push us to 100k subscribers, and we'll have a very, very awesome giveaway once we reach both 100k and when it is the official birthday of the Fivers. All right, Victor and Samir, have a good one. Remy, have a great one as well in the background. Thank you very much.
You're Rich. Bye-bye.
Cheers, guys.
Take care, Rich. And thank you for handing over the keys to the castle. Thank you.
The keys to the Lamborghini. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. All right. All right. So, Sam, I like your cam. You have such a soft, like a filter. It looks vivid.
Yeah, I just adjusted few temperature and all these things, contrast and all the things.
You must send me a template because mine looks harsh and
I'll
blunt
send you one.
compared to yours.
I'll send you
but
one.
it- but it's great to have you again and trade with you. We're gonna be looking at let's check the calendar. Let's share that tab. I have it on my screen. So today is the 27th, not 17th, and we don't have anything, any red folder news as we can see, right? But tomorrow is the day that we're gonna have some great event coming up, right? FOMC, the statement after the actual rate. Actually, that was what I wanted to highlight. We have BOC, the Bank of Canada, with their rate decision. I mean, these are the events that can make the market rip. I mean, make huge moves, much more than 100% ATR on afterwards, or even during, before, including afterwards. But the most watched at will be the interest rate from the Fed and how they either if they move or not. It's expected to be kept unchanged. And how they wording and their positioning afterwards in their statement is. That will be where everyone will be watching. And afterwards, of course, we have the day after, we have unemployment rate, which can then change things dramatically for if you're trading actually all assets, because we're talking about the dollar here, dollar being king. But especially if you're trading EU and GU, I mean, that's the event of this week that you want to be watching. Of course, Trump is in the background with his, him being Trump, and the Iran situation that is heating up. We're not sure, what is Trump's intention, or what, maybe, we have to wait for the news to unfold to see if that's going to be something of a driver for the need for technical analysis. I mean, for the price, and then we can go to the technical analysis, see if there are opportunities. But right now on EU, we just took out, not long ago, we took out the high from, when was this? From September, from last year. And we are basically at this very early stages of this breakout. We had the initial, that was an hour ago, initial breakout candle. It didn't hold, left a 5-minute 5-minute wick, but afterwards held quite nicely and had this this move. That this is what I mean, the initial breakout, but then we're holding up quite nicely. And so the question is, are we going to hold this level? We never know, right? Even if it's at 88%, which is above, what is it? That's about something like 30%, 130%. It can still move, right? These outliers of events or days, they do happen. I mean, they're outliers, but they still, even infrequently, they will happen, especially a day before big news. You could see shifting or, preemptive market flow. And so that's something we need to be watching. And of course, everyone will be watching this line, which is the level which we broke out from, right? So that's the level. And we're going to be, as long as the market is holding it, meaning is above it, is bouncing off of it, you could be, we can safely assume that it's going to hold. It is holding, and the longer it stays above that line, it is holding. And whenever we go through it, and especially if we retest from below, that could be your first sign of the market going much lower, which does not mean that the market is going to be bearish or anything like that, or the uptrend is over. It just means that the market is ready for a pullback into perhaps some zones, meaning the broken levels before we had the actual. This is the level from 15 of September, but today we had broken this line, which was the resistance from this week, basically from Monday. From Monday, the highs that we had. That was just today. So even coming back would be, in my opinion, a opportunity to be looking for a buy into later on, because the market has made quite a huge run so far, held, consolidated, and then move out of it using that H4 order block for that breakout. But it doesn't, price, as we know, doesn't go anywhere in a straight line most of the time. It comes back, retests something of support, and I can see already that order block laying behind on H1. That could be a nice area for price to come back, resettle before deciding whether it wants to go up or perhaps come back a little deeper into some deeper higher time frame structures. So that's quite interesting for opportunities. As I said at the beginning, now even if after the market expanding today's range for 88 pips, 130% ATR, now is no longer the moment to be going long. I mean, it's a huge sign, a huge indication of bullishness in the market, but timing is also important. Right now is not the moment to be go long. The upside from here for today is limited, in my opinion, unless something happens, a catalyst, and we can have another jump of another, 20-30 pips, which is possible but not very likely. And GU is nothing different. As you can see, we have reached an order block above us, which is the daily entry order block on the quasi, and this was initially our TP, not initially, based on the order block that we had before, and it reached TP already, or now already. It took its time, and then we have but it is a place where you want to be watching for possible reversal signs. Why? Because of that order block we have, which is part of a quasi, which are these beautiful patterns that I share with you guys all the time. That's the established uptrend. With the break of that, actually it goes all the way down to here and then comes back for one order block. That was this. You can see the reaction we had, and then this is the second order block. So a reaction from that entry order block on the big, nice quasi we have to the left on GU is something you want to be watching, especially. I know it looks very bullish, and yes, it can eventually break and go through that macro target we had from before. This is something we put in on the 22nd of September. So I do think this will be reached at some point in the future. However, being the market as it is, being so impulsive, jumping and actually close the gap, but still being so impulsive, it makes sense to me that it could, even after squeezing that top a little bit, it could have a pullback actually before really reaching anything higher. And that pullback would all you need for some great R multiples trade. So that's something I want to be watching. I know it's a contrarian trade. We're very bullish, and the sentiment and everything around it is bearish. Bullish, not bearish. And I'm trying to look here for a short, but these are the moments that I want to be watching and be ready for a possible reversal trade on the lower time frame, not holding it for very long, only for the next trouble area on either the H1 or H2 or H4, depending on how big the structure is. So that's what I'm looking for. Nothing here yet to be seen. It's not even decelerating. It's still in the acceleration phase, the crescendo phase after the sort of a little consolidation. But compared to EU, you can see that it has a bit less of a structure compared to, you can see that it has the same order block on the H4, right, that it came back to. I mean, these order blocks are so easy to trade, right? Comes back to that order block. Technically, all of these candles, for those who are following me for some time, all of these candles are part of the first attempt, right? First retest. Since we had on this candle, let me zoom that in a little bit better. This would be the creation of the order block. This is the first candle that is outside of the area, meaning that once we get back and we haven't left the order, all these three candles are possible candidate candles to be used for an entry long, and we did get that long very beautifully today. So, and that's a, let me check here. That was on the 5 o'clock on the 1 hour. And actually it was on the 2 hour. Beautiful reaction there. So coming back to you, Sam, what are you watching? I know you're waiting for the NYS Open. Are you eyeing a structure, a line, a level, a pattern?
Okay. So the trader that I am, I wait for my session and then I let the price decide where it wants to go, where the impulses are. So the strategy that I have developed for myself, I cannot, analyze in in past or whatever. I can analyze when the market is moving, when there is volume. So I can develop certain criteria. If this happened, I will do this. But again, market is gonna do whatever it is gonna do in that particular session that I don't know. So I have few criterias that I have developed for myself. I can share it with our viewers here. What patterns or what kind of price action I like to see, and I can act on it. Okay, I'm just gonna. Okay. So right now I know it is moving to the downside. I'm just seeing the 4-hour candle, and I don't know what it's gonna do in NYSE. Let me tell you few criteria that I will see when the market is moving, and then I will act on it. And what are my entry criteria? So going to the 30-minute, going to the 15-minute. Let's start with the 1 hour. Actually, I don't like to go on the daily 4-hour based on the strategy that I have for indices, and it is really a good strategy. And I believe 1 hour is the max that I need for this strategy. So on the 1 hour, I can draw my zones here and there. I have these fair value gaps. Price can reject from here, but again, I cannot react on this yet. I have to see some kind of a behavior, some impulses to the upside. I will let the market decide if we are going to impulse to the upside or to the downside. Let's say we have a level right here. Let's mark this order block, whole order block, or maybe support and resistance, whatever you want to call it. You can even mark it this way, this way. You can even consider this horizontal support and resistance, whatever strategy you have. So I use all the concepts. Okay, we have, let's say this is the horizontal level, this is a demand area. So we are in that area where the rejections might can take place. And now I have my areas here and there, but again market can hold this or break this. How will I know this? Once the NYSE opens, you will see these kind of candles, this kind of momentum, or maybe this kind of momentum. So this will guide me if this level is gonna hold or not. Let's say we get bullish impulse to the upside and we are closing above these EMAs, and you might be wondering what are these EMAs. Let me show you the setting. So one EMA is 50 and the other one is 200. 50 is okay, but 200 is the max that price should take a pullback from, because 200 is a 200-day moving average. It is showing you the data of 200 days. So the 200 moving average is really solid one if you use it correctly, and I'm trying to show you how I use it. So right now it is below the 200 EMA. I'm looking for shorts right now, but market can also impulse to the upside and close above the EMAs. Then I will shift my bias, then I will go for longs in this particular pair. And this is the first scenario. If market closed above this EMA, then I will be looking for longs. And the second scenario is market just completely dumped here, then I will be looking for shorts. And this is the first step when I am looking at charts. So when the NYSE takes place, this is the first step that I will be looking at, or first talk that I will be doing with myself. Okay, it is below the EMA. Okay, let's look for shorts. Market can impulse to the upside and it also can reject. Okay, good for shorts. Market can go to the downside, good for shorts. This is not good for shorts, then I will shift my bias. First thing, check. Okay, check. I showed you what my first criteria, and the second criteria is I have to see what kind of ranges we have. Okay, we have a range right here. We do have a range that we can target if we short it, but if impulse is so big and we ended up here, then I don't think so that will be a good idea to short right from here. So that is just a basic market structure. Market is in a very big impulse. You either want to catch the impulse somewhere around here or somewhere around here. You don't want to catch the impulse when it is already gone. So this is the second step. When the impulse is there, I have to wait for my entry patterns. Let me show you what my entry pattern is. I will give you a few examples. So these are the concepts that I will use on a day-to-day basis. And when the NYSE opens, I will show you live here. I might can take a trade in front of you, can pull out my the 5S terminal, and I'm okay with that. But I'm trying to explain you what I see on a day-to-day basis. So second step, there is some range, okay, and you don't want to take a trade at the end of the range. Second step is okay. And now the third step, the entry criteria. What I use to enter in the market, I wait for an impulse and I wait for a small correction, and when the correction breaks, I take the entry. You either can call it a kind of a pole and flag type of pattern. Some patterns are a little bit complicated, you see some kind of waves like this, but still you can consider it. But the concept to enter is a breakout. Okay, now let me give you a few examples that I took in previous sessions, and I will try to show you my strategy. Yesterday I took this trade. I was streaming live on my personal channel, but I unlisted it because I don't do it. It was my first live stream, so you will not find it anywhere, but I was just testing. But anyways, so what I saw, market is above this EMA, and let's draw some areas. You can draw some horizontal support and resistance, some FVGs. All the things are gonna be same. Okay, they are just, people are selling you in different languages, but all of these are same. Let's say this is a fair value gap. Trader A will call this a fair value gap. Trader B will call this as a support and resistance zone. If you go to the 2 hour, then you have a kind of a zone right here. Okay, so trader B will call this way. But the point that I'm trying to make here is, I don't care the way you look at charts, I care how you react when there are impulses in the market, because the market is gonna take support from either horizontal level if you are looking the price that way, or supply demand FVG, whatever you want to call it. So market is gonna take support regardless. So I don't care about your concept, I care how you react when the price is in your area. So where was I? Okay, so I was here. Now you don't really want to know about how I draw my areas. I mean, all the areas are going to give you the same rejection points. So anyways, so first point is met, which is price above the EMA. Now I have to find a correction pattern. Okay, where the correction pattern was, it was very simple. It was here. Okay, so once price breaking out of this, I just took a trade somewhere around here. If I waited, I would have entered here, but I have experience trading these kind of patterns. So I took a pre-break somewhere around here, and my stop loss was 200 points. I still remember it was somewhere below this low, and I was covering this low also, and I was targeting 1 to 1, something like this. Actually, I got out somewhere around here, so I might have entered a little bit below, somewhere around here. Yeah, so price just dumped from here. So similar thing that I will be looking on US 30. And let me give you one more example. Okay, so the things that I explained you, I hope you got that. Yeah, so now price is below this EMA, which indicates sellers are more interested in taking the price to the downside. So I have to look for shorts. So once market opens, we saw impulse to the downside. And again, you can throw some areas. Let's say this is a fair value gap. Let's say this is a support resistance horizontal level. You can mark your area in like any way. So if we go to the 1 minute now what I need some correction patterns. I took this pattern in consideration. I was drawing it something like this. This was a triangle type of pattern to me. So I shorted it somewhere around here. And my stop loss was this, which was very logical, okay? Because this is the high. If this is breached, it means my analysis is invalidated and I have to step back. I have to take a loss. But market came almost here in the I was almost gonna hit the stop loss here, and I was in the event. I was in Indore. So if you're from India, you must be knowing that we did an amazing event in Indore, the Fiverr's first event in India. It was amazing. So I was there, it was about to hit my stop loss, but I follow my plan. So next day market just gapped down and I just hit my take profit. So these are the similar things that I will be looking at. First thing, I just want impulse to the upside or to the downside, and then I will look at EMA. And I generally want the impulse to the upside. Why? Because these are few key areas from where price can reject, but at the same time I don't want to be stubborn. We also can get impulse to the downside, and that is okay. We do have targeting range. We have this order block, we have this liquidity point, so I can work with that. Such a wide SL, yeah, exactly, such a wide SL, because it helps me get frequent payouts. Okay, let me show you my the Fiverr's terminal. If I can open, I have to log in. It will take me probably 1 minute, so if you can bear with me, I can log in my MT5. I'm trying to download some things. It is just popping again and again.
No problem, man.
I'm just trying to save.
If you
So many files.
if you want, in the meantime, I can show some charts.
Yeah, you can share your charts. Then I will be logging, and I will show you, if you place wide stop losses, you can have a really good win rate. I was so stubborn taking the perfect entry execution that allowed me, I was blowing more accounts in short. So try this approach. You can just take my reference. Sam do this thing or Samir do this thing, it works for him, maybe it can work for you also. So I will just pull out my terminal here if possible.
Take your time, Sam. In the meantime, I will show some charts. We
Yeah,
have
sure.
a viewer, a very solid viewer of ours. It's Peter. Peter tasking us to take a look at dollar CAD and the Australian dollar against the US dollars. Both of them, according to him, setting up for a setup. Dollar CAD long and AUD USD short. So let's take a look at Aussie dollar against the US dollar for a little while as Sam is looking at getting things ready.
You
All right,
can
so
break down Aussie dollar, then I can share my screen. It's okay. In the meanwhile, I
yeah,
will read some questions here. Okay.
what we have here is this is the monthly time frame. We are in a bearish order block. Yes, we are. But if you count the number of candles, it's 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, etc. It's more than 10, meaning the effect that you're going to have out of this monthly order block is not so great. That's one thing. As in the weekly time frame, that's even more so, although these are entry order blocks on a quasi, right? So this would be the head, the this would be the left shoulder, the neckline breaks it, and so on. So if I use those as for the weekly, these have been already taken out, invalidated. We still have one. So basically, when I go to the monthly, I discard this monthly as a possible reason to get short. It is there. I can still use it, but not for an entry. I can use it maybe for a target on the TP. The weekly, however, that one is much better because it's a quasi, and because of that reason, we can, let me take a look. Yeah, because of that, it is much better. Let me take a look. Yeah, because of that, it is taking a look here. Actually, yeah. All right. So the weekly order block that we have in here, actually, it's this one. It is. Let me pinpoint that for the viewers. There, it's actually here. So the weekly order block, we are in that area, but it's what's important always for us to keep in mind is that these structures, these are levels or areas where the market might react. They do not always react. So we want to be keen and selective and only use these structures, these areas, when price action aligns with the, technical analysis, with the structure from the past. Meaning we want to, whenever we start getting into this area, with all this area as we are traveling through this order block from the left, we want to be looking for signs that the market is ready to short it, right? Ready to come in and push price lower. And if we go to the weekly, there isn't anything indicating that. You'll typically be seeing that from a lower time frame, and you can see here nothing indicates that on the daily time frame that the sellers are coming in. And if sellers are not coming in, then nothing will happen. I mean, on a higher time frame, it will just continue to go up. So yes, it is a place to short. I agree. However, from the weekly, I would be looking for a reason. Maybe it can still happen because the area hasn't been invalidated yet with a close above the high of that weekly structure. That can still happen on the weekly time frame. As you can see, it may take some time. It hasn't happened yet, and so far we can still trade that on the intraday. If you go tighter, if you go zoom in a little bit on, it's still too early to say anything. The structural low would be this after the gap, and I want to see price break that before we go looking for a short. Meaning, yes, there is a possible short here on the Australian dollar against the US dollars, but it's no, there isn't any indication yet so far. So that's the Aussie dollar. Let's take a look at the dollar CAD, and this is very interesting. We've been talking about this. There is a fresh order block on the monthly, right there. We have the demand zone on a higher time frame. On the weekly time frame, we have a quasi, meaning that makes it actually very, very interesting. We have the quasi being there are multiple quasis right here, that's the left shoulder, the head breaks off the neckline right here, and it comes back to the possible entry long that is for the loonie. Let's take a look. So if we go to we have alignment from the monthly, valid alignment from the monthly, the weekly. We go to the daily, and voila, you see some nice structures coming in. This is based on the whole quasi, which is accepting that as the head, that as the neckline, and that as the right shoulder or left shoulder, I mean. And so we have this area below that we are still waiting for price to come to, which it looks like that's what we're aiming for. Look at that aggression, that selling aggression, supposedly where we are, while we are at a demand zone. That does not make sense, right? Whenever the price is not aligned, price action is not aligned with your areas, you got to ask yourself, what does this mean? Either the buyers are coming in at a later time, maybe it takes some more time before they come in and they will surprise everyone, or the other option is they're not coming in and you got to be looking for the next level to be trading. So keep your powder dry as you're waiting. I would say there is a beautiful area here, which is on the daily time frame, but also on since we've already reached the weekly order block, you can start looking for either a daily reason to go long from the left, or a fresher area or a fresher reason to go long, and that is, in my opinion, this quasi on the daily time frame. You gotta see it right here. That's the established downtrend. Left shoulder, head, neckline, breaks it and comes back to that order block right there, and that's where we are. So now is the moment, and thank you, Peter. Peter is such a good friend to our audience, telling us reminding us about this possible long. We have to be careful because it's not showing anything yet. It's actually now printing a bearish outside bar, which is a sign of a lot of selling pressure and trapped long traders in the process. We'll still have to wait for the end of the day, which hasn't happened yet. So we'll have to reassess this later on. Let's look at the lower time frame. We actually had here there is a fresh order block that is we could have been using that on the first, the immediate retest. On the second retest, it seems like it's not that effective, but it's still holding, still standing for another 7 minutes. So we'll have to see. So that's one thing. If we go lower time frame, do we have a reason? We don't have a reason on the H2, maybe on the H1. Let's take a look. We don't have a reason there either. So basically, the market isn't exactly ready to move, to switch long, at least if you look at the hourlies. What does that mean? We sit on our hands. We wait for the market to align before we go in. Yes, you can trade this in advance. You could be, whenever price comes back. For example, this is the line in the sand for the coming minutes, perhaps even coming hours. Whenever the market is below this line, you will see it attracting sellers, and whenever we come back and recoup that line, you will see buyers being attracted. So if you go to lower time frames, you can see what I mean by this. You would see all the time when we get this on the lower time frames, you can trade this. We get, whenever we approach it from above, you will see this kind of a reaction, and whenever we see it from above, you'll see that kind of a reaction. And that is something you can trade on the lower time frame as a scalping, or you can use it as a target as well, or even as your stop loss, putting it on the other side of that line. But that is where we're currently in. We have a 4-hour order block that is basically failing as we speak, but it doesn't have an H1 alignment. So to me, that tells me we're still too early for to call anything happen. Maybe we could have one in the next hour, because if it comes back and it creates an order block right here, right? making engulfing here, what you will see is you will then understand that this is the area that we want to be trading. You want to wait for the market to come back and take that long from that area. But we have to, hold our horses and wait for the market to actually align. Because if not, then we should, be ready to let go of that idea and wait for the market to either reach the next level or actually form a quasi later on in time, and then get our entry on that possible, that very early right shoulder being created. Back to you, Sam.
All right. So wide stop losses, we was discussing about that. Can you see this?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so wide stop losses help me keep my win rate good, and one-to-one risk to reward helps me keeps my win rate good. Right now, it's 100%. It is phase one of the fivers. And let me tell you, if you're in a prop firm, like if you're doing a prop firm challenge, then I do believe win rate matters because it keeps your mindset healthy. That's what I believe. Um some people might can say, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, on paper it doesn't really matter. On if you write your trading plan, yeah, you will see 1 to 3 risk to reward, 40% win rate, you are still green. But practically I believe it is hard to achieve that kind of thing. Why? Because your mindset takes a hit when you are losing continuously. So one to one, I think it just keeps my mindset healthy. I know if I lost the trade, there is high probability my next trade is gonna be a winning trade. Okay, even if I lost that trade, the next trade can be the winning trade. The probability of being that trade a winning trade, it is gonna be a little bit more based on the fact that I'm targeting one to one. So yeah, just to answer your question, win rate does really matter if you are in a prop firm space. I think it helps you secure frequent payouts because I'm that kind of trader who likes to stop if I am up, let's say 2%. I just need 1 to 1 risk to reward, and I need to catch 2 wins in a row to catch 2%. So I think one to ones really works for me. You can maybe practice this thing for 3-4 months and see if it works for you. And somebody was asking about the indicator that I was having. Let me find the question. I think I forgot the name, but I can show you the indicator name. It is ICT Kill Zone Toolkit. It is just a tool which helps you to identify sessions. So I don't even need it, but just to sometimes a back test. So I put this on to see what kind of session that I want to backtest. I want to backtest this orange session, so that's why I have this on. But it just tells you what session you are in, and the name
We
is
also-
ICT Kill Zone Toolkit. Yeah.
Thank you for that, showing us. So basically it's a session indicator. You have many of those, and most of them are customizable, so you can shift them, to your liking. But there's also another person, Ace4High, asking us about if we're using EA to remove stop loss of a position during rollover, widening of the spreads, and then putting it back. I'm not doing that. But I would if if my strategy would need it to be since I'm trading mostly EU and GU, spread widening is not really and there's I have other rules in my system that mitigate these rules. Mitigate this scenario of spread widening, that I don't need that. But do you need them? Are you using EA to do this? Sam?
I'm sorry, you said EA?
Yes, an EA. Are you using
No,
automation
never
to?
used it. I have never used automation tools. I do have 3-4 accounts that I'm managing, but I do it manually. I don't think so. I need an EA, or my hands are so fast. I just place a trade here and there. I just close my trade, place my stop loss. For me, I don't need EAs, and I have never felt a need that I need an EA. And you mentioned, I think, removing your stop loss at the rollover thing. I don't think so that is gonna work for you. I have been trading from 6 years, and if that level is breached, and imagine, the stop loss is wide and the market opens, maybe it's gap down or gap up. I don't know, if you plan to lose, let's say 1%, you're gonna lose 2% or maybe 2.5%. So if the price is way too close to your stop loss, and there is the new session, new day, the market is gonna open, I will suggest you just close the position, because 90% there is gonna be a chance that that position is gonna hit a stop loss.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. There are some traders, there are some pairs that go, the spread widens to about 30 pips, and we know about this. And best thing is to test it out. Makes it, what Sam is talking about is, if a level is invalidated, that's the reason, or that's the indication that you need to be out of the trade. That's why you have a stop loss there. But I do understand that spread widening can happen, and
Yeah,
even take over, I mean, be even breaching your levels, while really it's just an artifact. It's not actually indicating that the market went there, but just the spread widened during the rollover. So you have to check with your peer. If you trade the majors, that's less of an issue. One of the reasons why trading a
yeah,
major is a good thing, right? It's a recommendable thing. I don't use an automation, just to make things clear. We have on gold. Perhaps we can take a switch and go to gold,
let's see what
because we
gold
have
is
gold.
doing.
Yes, is gold ready for a next leg down? Do you think, Sam, or are we
Actually,
getting prepped for another leg up?
actually, we have already had a decent pullback. I think yesterday and
Hmm.
this morning, we have already spent couple of hours here. So now I think the gold has already got the fuel here. So we just need to press the accelerator. So for the next move. So I do think pullback is there. If price was trading somewhere around here, I would have said pullback is needy. But now we have already received the pullback, and we have also covered this daily kind of gap. So I think this is enough of a fuel that can again give another leg to the upside. And let's draw some Fibonacci here and there to see what can be the next area. For that, I will plot my minus 0.27. So this is, we are having 5170. Let's say at the middle, let's see, it is 5150. This is the next target for me. So, and for longs, I think I was having an area in the morning. I saw uh, yeah, the way too choppy. I don't, let's say this is a support. If price bounce from here, let's say the 200 EMA, then definitely you can go for longs here. But I do see price is gonna continue to the upside, because based on the geopolitics that is happening right now, you know these US reserves here and there are a lot of things going in the world. So people are really buying, not the people, the countries are really buying gold heavily. They are taking the reserves out from USA. That's what I read and heard, did my little bit of research about it. So that's why I think gold is gonna just go to the upside for at least very long time. I'm seeing gold reaching new heights, probably 6,000, because the way geopolitics is right now. I know that is crazy. 6,000 is way too above right here, but the way world is moving, so you have to adapt accordingly. Of course, there can be a little bit of pullbacks here and there, some Trump tweeting about things here and there that can of course give you a deeper pullbacks, but that doesn't change the effect that is happening in the global markets. So yeah, I think somebody was asking about the EMA. I read the
Yes.
yeah, you just pinned it. Yeah. So the EMA that I have is, let me write it down for you. One is 200 EMA, and another one is 50 EMA. So the way you can use it, I think the 1 hour time frame is a very good time frame to use these EMAs. So if price is trading above this EMA, you look for longs only, and vice versa. If price is going trading below this, you just look for shorts. For 1 hour time frame, it works really good because it takes a lot of strength for price to break the 200 EMA. And also, I've noticed one thing: the first break of 200 EMA is a false breakout. So this can be the false breakout. Okay, so this was a first break. You can even short this first break. So this was a false breakout, and once price traded above, you would have looked for longs. So prices here, we went choppy here and there, but I'm looking on the 15 minute. You can do the same thing on the 1 hour. So that's how I use. If price is above this, look for longs. Price is below this, look for shorts. And US 30 price is trading below this, I'm looking for shorts. In today's US open session, which is NYSE, so I'm looking for shorts here, and let's see how it goes. And by the way, guys, if you are from India or chat, so we are having an event, online event, where we have invited a lot of, uh, you know, 3, 4 speakers who are going to be sharing their strategy, psychology, how they achieved success in trading. So that is going to be on 31st of January on the Fivers India YouTube channel. So make sure you are subscribed to that as well. If you're from India, that is going to be in native language. And yeah, I'll see you there, and we will cover a lot of good things. And if you have any questions, personal questions for me, so I can answer there as well. Of course, I can answer here also, but if you are from India, I would love you to be there on the event, which is going to be on 31st of January, guys. So I'll see you there. Make sure you are subscribed to that channel as well. Okay, we have
Yes,
a loving
I'll
nature
have
guy
to.
here.
I'll have to brush up on my
Yep.
Hindi. But yes, it's gonna be
Yeah.
great to. It's gonna be great to attend. It's there you go. You see, the Fivers actually cares a lot about the audience. We're going local. We're going nearer to your your country, your cities, organizing these events
Yeah.
for your benefit. So that's amazing. I mean, just imagine that, right? You're watching an international channel, and they actually come to your country trying to organize this event for you,
Yeah, exactly.
local language, in your native language, to get more contacts, putting traders together. Just think about the potential, how much you can learn from these interactions and these events. So that's amazing. um let's take a look
I
at
think taking the Yeah,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think taking the participation in these kind of events, we had an indoor event and now we have the online event. I think taking the participation in these kind of trading events and networking with people, asking few questions here and there, that really can boost your career, your trading career,
Mhm.
because you are in trading. Okay, so back in the days, we didn't had these much opportunities. I started in 2019. A lot of people we used to see the YouTube. We was not having this kind of interaction. So I think you are getting it, and the Fivers is providing you, and in India especially. So we have now we are expanding in other countries also. We have Portugal channel, we have Japanese channel also. So I think you should take the advantage of this kind of opportunity. What is the name of the channel? It is the Fivers India. Very simple. The Fivers India.
Check it out. That's our new channel here at the Fivers, a Hindi channel, right? It's is the channel as well in Hindi?
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. All right, so let's take a look at maybe gold, because gold has been moving quite nicely since we are discussing, watching it. We have had some reaction off of the H4 order block. You're saying the market has already made its retrace. and you're looking for possible areas to push higher, and you're looking at how the market is reacting off of this 50 EMA, I suppose it is.
Yeah.
And that's the 50 on the hourly, and on the lower time frames it was also reacting quite nicely off of the faster moving EMA you're showing there.
Yeah.
Is this enough for you to look for an entry long, or do you say no, I want it to move, retreat a little more, go deeper, give me more value,
Okay.
a bit more discount, or not? What do you say?
Actually, if I just be a technical guy, I would say that a deeper pullback is needed. Right now, price is moving way too high. But again, at the same time, if I just spend my 1% energy, and if I just take a look at geopolitics and all these global things that is going on, I think aligning both of the things is gonna be much wiser option, because I had a guy here. He's really old, having good knowledge about all these things. So he do this import and export things, going countries to countries. He have a lot of exposure. So talking to him also, a lot of these geopolitics things are going on. I think right now we are not gonna see a deeper pullbacks on gold. So going longs from here, we can take advantage of this kind of market condition where market is moving way too aggressively to the upside. So why not to just adapt accordingly, not be too stubborn? That's what I believe. So I think that was the move that we had. This can be the pullback, and we are ready for another move to the upside. Of course, this is just the analysis. We can either take the liquidity to the downside, this low, but still, I think you should look for longs only. So these are two areas. If your stop loss is triggered right here, it's okay. You can have a better risk to reward here if market took this low and treated this as a support, let's say this area. So that is also the another good opportunity. So I think if you are a gold trader, these kind of moves you can catch. But as I don't trade gold, so I just rely on these two indices right here. And yeah, but based on the geopolitics, I think right now gold is gonna just continue to the upside. I didn't believe these things. I was just a technical guy, but based on this current condition, if I was a gold trader, I had to consider these kind of things. So I don't trade gold, but just to give you a view, my view. So I think just long this pair. This can be the first area, and if you hit the stop loss, this can be the second entry. If you hit the stop loss, and this can be the third entry, you will cover all of the things. So even if these area didn't hold it, but I think just look for longs.
All right, I'm gonna offer my perspective on gold. Maybe the audience would like to, who knows? Maybe, just maybe you're wondering what the mask trader is thinking about the area. Well, the price action, right? What's market is doing. First thing first, we go from the higher time frame. It's just one straight line, higher, meaning on the monthly time frame there isn't any structure besides the slither of a structure here on the monthly, which is very quickly getting stale, not fresh anymore. But there's nothing here other than a very big candle. If it closes like this on the monthly, that's some strong buying opportunity being printed right there. Not buying opportunity, but buying appetite, buying aggression. On the weekly, but there's no setup on the monthly. On the weekly, what I see is actually nothing for me to trade. There's one structure here, one demand area that I would be waiting for price, but that's also increasingly getting not fresh anymore as we're speaking, as we're talking. We have you got to understand that tomorrow is the interest rate decision. So whatever you do in any pair that is traded against the dollar, you want to make sure that you have a plan. If it goes it goes south, not literally, but I mean if it goes against you, that you know what to do, and you don't get the deer in the headline kind of a situation tomorrow at the end of the day. But on the daily time frame, there isn't any structure. There's one here, a demand zone that we haven't touched upon. There's one interesting candle that was yesterday's candle. You see that? That's a very interesting candle from technical perspective. Body is very, very actually almost non-existent, meaning the fact that we ended up at the same place we started, that tells you that, you know, the between the open and the end, the market participants were actually at equilibrium during the net effect, and it leaves behind a quite nice, ominous looking, I can't even paint it, but ominous looking wick, which could be the beginning of a bigger, and we have enough, right? I know it looks geopolitically, obviously we know that Iran, Middle East tension is running high. Things can and probably will continue to push higher. That's certainly the most likely thing to happen. But what if, you know, something else would happen? You know, what if the news are, you know, thinking in one direction and it doesn't materialize, it goes the other way, right? Things in tension, I mean, whatever, that could change the price of gold. Let's see the contrarian. Do we have reason? Are there indication that we could see a bit of a reaction here, right? That's my question. And one is this pin bar, which is nice, but it's not enough. What we need to look for, do we have reasons either in this candle or in current candle that would tell us that maybe we are ripe for a push down? And if we go to the H4 order time frame, we had the opening gap that was already closed, right? That's a reason to expect price to continue higher. That's the same indication, the same thing that Sam was talking about, right? We had the retreat, and we're likely to be pushing higher. We closed the gap, meaning, you know, that kind of expectation for the gap to attract price into it will no longer be present. However, we haven't broken any structure yet. So even though we haven't broken any structure. That would be the 4-hour quasi line. What we do see is the following, so not expecting structural break, meaning we're not expecting price to go, you know, ready to go much lower, at least not yet. If we're just looking for the intraday move, what is likely the move to be following, we do see a quasi that was reacted upon quite nicely, and could be an indication for price to go a little bit deeper, perhaps into this H4, maybe even squeeze it for a little bit and later on continue. Why do I say that? If you look at the H4, what do we see? We have you can see it actually on the chart already. We had a fresh order block that was created, right? It's not a top, so it's not the best one. At the top, there wasn't any order block created. I would have wished that to be the structure that I'm talking about, but it's the secondary order block, but it is still there on the H4. Let's pull that out. And we see on the H2, and actually more importantly on the H1, that price comes back and creates a quasi. It's an internal quasi. That's what I meant when I said I would have wanted a price to, let me see, this is, you can see here, let me take a look at, on the lower time frame, it is a quasi, which is, here is the neckline, right here. And you can expect, even though the market that's on the 1 hour, and that gives us the overlap, and even though the market may not use it, you know, and complete the move all the way down here, because I do understand that the market is, you know, everything looks, fundamental side and the technical are not indicating of a much lower of price going much lower, at least not yet. We can understand that these structures from the left, they will have some kind of a reaction. And not only that, in advance, but the market is actually reacting. Look at that order block being created on the H1. And if you go to the lower time frames, you can see that we actually used some nice areas. We had one here, but it was the first one that we used right here. That would be the first area we're looking for a short, and that would be the second one. And we did come back to that area and moved away. When I see the market reacting in that way, that's to me the price action confirmation that these structures are being watched, they're being reacted upon, and you can use them for your trading. The only issue I have, though, is with the H4, or actually with this trade, was that I didn't take it that short. But if I were to take the trade, where would I put my TP? Normally, I would be looking for an H1 target, right? The H1 target, you can see it perhaps, would be something related to this swing low, but there is none. So I would target this, right? That would be my first go-to TP area, right? It's within the structure. It doesn't even need the price, the trend structure to break down, right? This is the neckline that would break the 1 hour structural that we're seeing currently. It doesn't even need that to happen. It just require for us to go to the next level that makes sense within that demand zone, and then I take it out. However, because we have an H4, that is the reason why I wouldn't have taken, because my entry would be here, right? I didn't take it, but I wouldn't want to be holding a trade short past an H4 fresh order block, and that's what it is. Look at that here. It is an H4 and it is fresh, meaning it's a little bit of a stretch. That's the H1. It's a little bit of a stretch for holding price, expecting price to go deeper, because sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it just needs to the upper border and it goes away and off it goes. So if I did take it, but if I were to take that trade, I would be looking for just to measure, to target that area. And that already tells me why I am not so likely to be taking that trade, because it doesn't offer me such a great risk reward ratio. That's the only reason. I wouldn't want to be targeting something beyond a higher time frame. So to me, the place to go short would have been when we, on the lower time frame, we created that quasi and came back to retest it right here, one of these highs where you can pick your point, pick your level, and short it from there. And yes, you can look for longs, a little bit, actually shorts all the way to 5,043. But to me, it's a little bit tricky, a little bit pushing your luck, especially if the market is so bullish. You don't want to be expecting what hasn't happened in a long time, the H4 breaking structure. It's not happening, hasn't happened in a very long time. And even though it looks like unlikely that it continue, it can. The market does this all the time. It keeps on being irrational while you think, this is the last time, this is the last push up. It can still do another and another and keep on doing that until you're broke, and then perhaps it will reverse. But that's my idea on my take on gold. Basically, very bullish. There was an opportunity to short it, in my opinion, on the lower time frame, but to me that's already gone. On the H4, I can see myself looking for a long within that area. If you look to the H4, there isn't an area there. We do have an H1, but that is not fresh anymore. That's the same area that I would be looking for the target, but it's not fresh. So I can't use this. I will have to wait for it to create perhaps another quasi, something like this, and then I can be looking for a possible entry here, because I do think the market is, everything is pointing that the market will eventually be ending up going higher. Not sure from what level it's going to be going higher, but it is going to go higher. At least it's obvious, it's evident. It's you don't have to be a market wizard to see that. Going back to EU, so and we can see here on the daily time frame, that's the level we had from before, from the 15th of September. And actually we were talking about this line, this level, how the market will likely use it as a support from above. And that's exactly what we see here. See that? That's the level. It breaks it, It plays a lot with some deviation. It's a resistance line. It breaks through it again and breaks through it again. But here at last, you can see a nice reaction, acknowledgement of that line. That tells me that the market is holding up. The more time it does this, the more likely it is that eventually it will it will hold up, opening the door for higher prices. But we'll have to see. I think it's too early. On the H1, it is 35 minutes away from closing a bullish order block, or engulfing. I think it's too early to say anything. The 2 minutes doesn't really say anything, except that the lower wick is right there at that level, confirming a possible continuation move, a break and retest, basically, right? You have the break and the retest, and it continues higher. Personally, I don't think there's a lot of upside here today because of the trend. I mean, the range. But hey, price can, as we just said, price can stay, irrational for a very long time. So let's, and this is not actually that irrational at all. I mean, there's a lot happening out there in gold. I mean, in US dollars. So it wouldn't be that crazy of a thought to see price going way beyond the current range of today. What are you seeing 5 minutes before the open, Sam?
I have a US 30 area right here. I want the impulse to the upside so that we can close above the EMA. Yeah, I will show. Okay. So I want the impulse to the upside so that we can close above the EMA. Then I can take my action. So if we impulse to the downside, I wouldn't be that much interested in this one. I can look for NAS 100 buys then. I will look for this area or this area, something like this. I think NAS 100 looks a little bit better than US 30. The US 30 I will be interested only if we close above this area, which is this EMA, because my bias is bullish and we are already extended way too much. So I don't want to, execute my sell somewhere around here. But on the other side, if NAS 100 close below this area, then we do have a targeting range, these areas. So I can take advantage of that move. But let me tell you one thing also. So if we are going aggressively like this, on the 5 minute also, we will go below this EMA. So I will never get a long opportunity. So I want both the EMS to align with my buys. So that doesn't mean if we start to push higher, I will take a buy. I still want the EMA to push bullish on 5 minute. So then I will look for my pattern. So these are my confirmation that I look. That doesn't mean, if we pull back and price start to show impulse to the upside and we print a pattern, something like this, I will not take the entry because we are still trading bearish as per the EMA. I want the price to close above on 15 and 5, then I will take the action. So as it is Tuesday, I have said a couple of times that Tuesdays are not for me. I still have fought on Tuesdays. I still take trades on Tuesdays, but I have not really succeeded that much on Tuesdays. So I think I should quit trading Tuesdays. On Tuesdays, yeah. So I don't want to do any silly mistake because my data is telling me Tuesdays are not for you, and still sometimes I'm fighting on Tuesdays. I'm still showing up to the charts, doing the analysis here and there, but my data is telling me Tuesdays are not for you. So I think I should trust what I'm seeing right now. So I'm seeing Tuesdays I'm hitting stop losses little bit more than usual. So I think I should stop trading on Tuesdays. So that is what my data is telling me. And guys, if you don't have your data, your journal, or you might can look back behind, what are the things that you can do better. I think you should react on that thing. So I'm a stubborn guy. I still trade on Tuesday, but I think that has to end today. So I will not trade today. Yeah, I just made a decision in about 3 seconds now. I'm just reviewing the past, and I'm seeing like why I'm taking the trades on Tuesday when my data is telling me you're hitting stop losses. So I think I
You're
should be a wise guy. I should not be a fool.
you're
Yeah,
having that self-talk that we talk
yeah.
about a lot. You're hearing yourself talking to yourself saying, Samir, what are you doing? Another stop loss.
I
Stop
think
trading
I will not
Tuesdays.
trade today. I will not today. Our chat will keep me accountable. That is a good thing. I'm not gonna trade on Tuesdays now. All right, I'm gonna do something else now. For you guys, I will do some analysis. Yeah, as this stream we gonna end in about 30 minutes. I will not take a trade now. Yeah, I
One
will
minute
trade
before the
tomorrow.
open, maybe you can have the charts at the minutes,
Yeah, let's see.
or do the analysis and end up at the minutes with the market opening in a
Okay,
couple of
let's see.
seconds.
On Tuesdays, I can be a little bit choosy. I do want, okay, we have a market open right here. Unbiased trader, yeah.
We got a question here from Whitfog. Great trader in our community is asking, do you ever add on to your winners, or do you instead step away once you open your position? What do you do, Samir? Do you add to your winners? Do you
I
set and
have
forget?
I have added to the losers in past, but I have never added to the winners. So the foundation has built that way. I take one trade, and if it is a TP, that's good. If it is a stop loss, that's also good. I don't add to my winners as I'm an intraday trader. I don't get that much price momentum or price fluctuations that price allows me to re-enter and take a scale in or something like that. So
Hmm.
I'm not a scaling guy. I just take one position a day and just that's it. So I
I
don't
see.
add to my winners.
I see. Um, I I don't necessarily add to my winners, but I do trade multiple signals on the same setup. And that can mean I could be getting in, when the first entry is still open, and I'm a little bit underwater, or a little bit in profit. It's not about the first trade. It's not meant to change the average price or to get a better entry. It's just about the signal. So I could have multiple signals, and I would end up having many signals, many trades. That can happen, and I can have, while the first setup is happening, I can have a second setup signaling maybe later in the day, maybe even the next day, in the same direction. And technically, in that moment, I would be adding, but it's not because I want to add. It's because of the signal. I just follow the plan. Whenever there is a signal, I get in with or without existing trades being open, and I will put my TPs based on the trade plan, which may or may not be the same TPs. So I will have concurrent trades, but not necessarily adding on. I don't see that they're not one trade where I'm increasing the risk on the original entry. That's not exactly how I see it. But a great question, Whitfog. Thank you for that. Let's take a look at the chat, because we had some great questions, and I marked them for us to look at a later time, and that later time has come back, or has come now. Let's take a look at Dollar Cat for our viewer here. Again, let's take a look for. Let me switch to my screen. We can see we have a nice area where we have a monthly and a weekly being retested. On the daily level, we are in that beautiful area. We're actually right here right now taking out that swing low, so that could be a nice place for a liquidity sweep. If you see this happening, that could be something you could go long for. You gotta see if the market catches back I'm gonna go back to the 1 minute, 1 hour. See that that's liquidity sweep right there. Coming back, that's dollar cat. Look at that reaction, right there, right? But there are different ways to get into this trade. You don't just go in because it went through the level and came back. You have to see that the market is actually having some kind of aggressive price action, meaning creating some people. Samir also has one of these strategies where he's looking for that liquidity sweep and then waits for the market to show aggression in the opposite direction, meaning after it breaks it, he is looking for this lag to show aggression and then getting into the trade. I don't use that. What I do is I look for order blocks that are created, and then I like to see multiple time frame telling me the same thing, or quasis being created right here, something like that, and then I can take the trade. And this can happen something like this. It can happen even a little deeper, as long as the higher time frame, let's say the 1 hour, doesn't close below that line. We still have 24 minutes, so that's something that could happen. Although on the 1 minute, we're not seeing any reversal at all. This is the lowest time frame. So if the market is going to show a reversal, this is the first time frame that you will see it. This is the neckline for me. So there's nothing here so far that indicates a possible reversal, but it's something you want to be looking for on the daily time frame. That's a huge candle. It's quite bearish. It's an outside bar. It's 98 pips and it's currently at 59. So that you can see the high volatility of the candle right here. All right, so the market is pushing on EU as well. Look at that. Right, we came back, retested the broken line, actually used an order block that we had below it for price to, as it continued the break, retested that line using the order block, and then came back, used it for a last time. We saw that using it for one very last time before shooting off right there. Look at that retest of the broken line, and then goes all the way, making a new high of the day, right? Holding up quite nicely and pushing price. We're now at, look at that candle, the range is 117 and we were at 88, and to me that was already a bit extended compared to the the ranges that we've been having on average. And it went to travel another 13. Actually, that's let me double check this. 101. Okay, so that previously I said something else, but it's 101. So that's the about 13 pips extra above the previous day's high. All right, any other questions? Let me check the chat. There's a lot of movement. Gold. You see, this is exactly why I want to be out of the order block, out of the trade as soon as it hits the bullish order block, because you see, I know this is the entry, so this didn't happen during the trade. You can see it here as well. You don't want to be in a trade where the market does this in front of a demand zone and you're still holding price to go much lower. It can, but that's not a high probability situation. You don't want to be in that situation. And you can see how the market reacts from going a little bit deeper into the demand zone. EU Personally, I would wait for price to come back to a demand zone. It already happened here on earlier. That was the entry at the beginning of London. So let's see. We have, take a look here on the 5-minute. This would be the head. Now, this is the entry of this morning at the early section, or the early period. That was on the 5-minute. We had one entry here and another one here, and the last one here. That's on the 5-minute. Let me mark that. And this one is actually from here. There. Those are the 3 entry order blocks that we had from the there. If you expand them, you would see if the market used them at all in coming back. And it didn't. Right, so those are the levels that I would use normally, and it wasn't used in this time for the market to use to do the reversal. And on the 1-minute, let's take a look. On the 1-minute, I can already see from a mile that it did not. This is, especially the move out was a sort of a V-shaped recovery. When this happens, then it won't trigger me into the trade, right? Because I need that right shoulder being created before it continues. And in this case, it didn't do that. Okay, checking the chat. I hope you guys are making use of this opportunity to request your charts. We are here to help you as much as possible in increasing your trading skills. Here at Fivers, we have a great community in the Discord, the server, where you can interact with us. In about 1 hour, we're going to have another one of those sessions where you can win some hub credits, talk to other in the communities, potential friends for you, people who might help you in your keeping yourself accountability or growing the experience you have by learning from their mistakes and vice versa. So it's a great opportunity, and community is one of the greatest tools that you can use for growth, either in experience and as well as in skills. Let me check the how we're doing, Sam, on the how we're doing on the likes. How many likes we have? Let me take a look here. Can I check that somewhere? Okay. So we are on our mission, 100K subscribers. I'm pretty sure we're gonna hit it quite soon. The question is, how soon? Because whenever we hit that, whenever that moment gets here, we will be organizing a huge giveaway for all of our traders. We are at 96,000 subscribers. And we have 137 right now in likes. So it's gonna be awesome when we hit those levels, because we're gonna be giving out accounts after accounts, and you want to be part of that segment or session, event, whatever you want to call it. All right, let's take a look. Andrea is talking about shorting GU. What do you think, Sam? Shorting GU. I think shorts. Now that the market has, expanded, I'm not too sure about the timing, but now you want to be looking for that reversal trade. Not right away, perhaps, but you want to start be looking for, are we seeing indication of divergence, perhaps deceleration, reversal patterns being printed, because those are going to be your indication of a possible sell opportunity. What about you? Let's
I think
switch to yours.
we are yeah, you can show me. So if I see GU right now, we are at the resistance and we fail to retest here. We are retesting right now. Based on this momentum right here, you can short for a couple of pips, but if you're expecting a big move to the downside, I don't think so that is gonna happen. So you may can catch 1 to 1 risk to reward. I'm not even gonna say you can catch 1 to 2 because it easily can take this liquidity and can hit your stop loss and then can continue to the downside. And if you again try to short, then it can go long right from here. So based on these facts, I think the patterns that you are using for your entry, if you get that pattern here, then only take the action. Don't get FOMO. Uh, don't get that perspective that it is in the resistance, let's just sell it. That's not how things work in
Mhm.
trading. You should be a little bit professional. Like, I know pressing buy or sell, it is very easy. That's why trading is accessible to almost everyone, because the barrier to entry is very less. And in the fibers also, the barrier to entry is just the challenge cost that you are paying. So it is very easy to press buy or sell, but I think if you want to do this professionally, I know it is at the resistance. You need to wait for your patterns. So again, every position that you are about to take, think about it. Will this cause harm to my account, or am I, getting impulsive? All these things. Then take the action. Right now, if it was me looking at this chart, I wouldn't be comfortable taking trades here or putting my money on risk on this type of market condition. So will you do a business with someone who's kind of dressed as a kind of a mafia or something like that? So you will your head will think that, man, this guy can take my money away. So right now you just bring that perspective here. Do you want to do business with this kind of nature? So it is really impulsive. Even if you go to the larger time frame, you go to the 1 hour. So you will do a business with this price kind of a behavior when it goes in your favor or show you some kind of nature that it wants to go to the downside. Then you will get the confidence. Okay, maybe I can do business with this kind of price action. Then you can take your trade. So right now, yeah, it is on resistance. It can go down, but wait for some times. Don't put money on risk impulsively, because that is your account, and you should only take the high probability setups. That's how I think you will grow as a fundy trader, or you will grow in the fibers. You will get more frequent payouts, because whenever you are about to press buy or sell, just have a little self talk here and there. Like I did, I was about to. I saw many breakouts here and there. I saw a breakout here. I saw a breakout to the downside. Now I don't know what the price is gonna do. So Tuesdays are not good for me. So today I've made a commitment with myself. I'm not gonna be trading Tuesdays now, no matter what happens. I have did a mistake. I was like, let's give it a try. Maybe I'm not. Tuesdays can be a little bit better. Maybe it is still 50-50. But in reality, my data is showing me this trading day is not for me. So I think I don't want to do business on this day. That's it. Because this day is not giving me the good returns. So why will I, do the business on this day? So similarly, I think you should think about these things for a second. JR bro, I agree with Banks with Sam for this one. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I'm gonna switch to my screen. For the person who's sad about taking a short on GU, let me put that up. Targets, GU targets. Well, we are in a bearish monthly, which does make sense from the left, but that's the monthly, right? You gotta wait for the actual time frames that are within reach. What are we seeing here? Look at this. This is what Sam was talking about. Does this look something you want to be shorting? That's on the weekly, I know, but that's what you're dealing with. A very, very impulsive and very bullish weekly a trend that seems unwaved at the fact that we are really in a supply zone. It doesn't act like it's on a supply zone, so you shouldn't be considering it until it starts showing its face and reacting to the supply zone as it should be. It's not doing that. Yes, we have an area here, but that's not as that's the weekly, and it's not a fresh order block anymore. If you go to the daily, we talked about this. There is a level it does make sense to look for a short here, but to look for a short, not to take the short just because there is that level there. It is a great level in the grand scheme of things, right? For the market to come back and push from there and perhaps going lower, going higher. But currently there is no such sign. There's not actually. Just ask yourself, right? We are in an area of a daily supply, but what is price action telling us? What are the order blocks that are being created? Are they bearish or are they bullish? They're bullish. Not only that, it's actually doing perfect bullish order flow, creating order block, going back, retesting them, and going up. That's when the buyers are in control. That's exactly what they do. So buyers are in control. There is nothing here on the H4. To me personally, when the H4 is not present, I have nothing to do. I stop there. I don't even go to the hourlies because there's no reason. H4 is, to me, is king, is the basis for all the trades that I take. And if you go to the lower time frame, if you just want to check, this does not tell me I want to short at all. Not. If anything, it's still printing or showing bullish order block being created. If anything, I would have been going long from that. Not really doing that because of the ranges. The today's range is 109, while the ATR is at 82. So basically, that's what 27. That's about 130%. It's ATR. It's extended, yes, but it's not crazy extended. And price action is looking very, very strong. And until then, there's nothing here to short. Yes, you could be looking for a short, but that could be tomorrow. That could not even be there. It can be invalidated between now and then. So let's wait for the market to actually show its hand, and then you start going in the opposite direction. So on EU, the daily time frame, we are looking at the target for the levels we had here. That's the end target, right? For the quasi we had here, this is the quasi we had right here, there. That's the break of the neckline coming back to one of these two entry order block. That's the move to the target. What is the target? The high it made before, and that's the target. That's the macro target that what got hit today. A beautiful one. Anytime the market takes out these highs, immediately in the very first candles, you'll see a lot of buyers being triggered, right? Because they think this is an indication of a new trend on a higher time frame. Let's say on the daily, on the weekly, it means that if the market is taking out the previous high, that's what the market does when it wants to continue the trend up. So you will see all these buyers coming in because of the breakout. So automatically, the very first few, maybe first day, maybe first few hours, you will see the market, even while it holds, it pushing. There is that appetite for buyers to come in and hold price and continue. And but the real test is after that breakout, what will price do? Will it hold it, or will it not do so, right? So if we do check on the H4, there's no reason for us to, there was an order block here, right? But that's already gone. Look at the retest here. That's the only structure I have. On the 2, right there, that's the 2 as well being retested. And do we have it on the 5? There we go. It wouldn't trigger me, right? Because this is the first entry order block for that structure. Didn't come back. And there's nothing else. Actually, yeah, there's nothing else. That would be the only entry I would have after the close of the candle. The close happened here, right there, meaning that this would be the possible area to get in, but it didn't trigger, at least it didn't trigger me, right? So, but currently we're still had the break, the initial break, which is the retest, and by taking out this high, we actually confirmed the breakout, right? We had a retest and a break. So to me, the buyers have told us, at least for the next couple of hours, this breakout is real, right? It's telling us, it's confirming with a higher high after the breakout. That's a bullish sign. So we'll have to see if it holds through the next couple of hours. We do understand there is the Fed interest rate decision tomorrow, and especially since it's expected to be unchanged, especially we're going to be looking for the statement afterward to see what are their stance, their future stance, what is the expectation, and so on. You had another break and retest off of that high. At least that's what it looks. Very, very bullish on EU. Sam, do you see anything on NAS?
I do see a shorting opportunity on US 30.
Okay.
So, but again, if I decide to take, I should take with 0.01, or maybe 0.1.
But you're not taking that today, not Tuesdays.
Yeah, exactly. That is a battle, This battle looks way too clean, but it's a battle again.
we're seeing Sam battling the demons of live on our YouTube.
Let's do a paper trade here. So I'm gonna be shorting here. This is gonna be a paper trade. My stop loss is this. Target is this. I'm keeping my phone aside now so that my hands doesn't move automatically.
I'm not going to press that button. Not going to.
Guys, I've decided I'm not gonna be trading today. But anyways, the stream is we are almost coming at the end of the stream. So it was lovely again spending time with chat and with you also, and doing analysis with our viewers. Thank you for everything. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to the fivers, also to you also, guys. So you are here, and again, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you do that, because these kind of live streams, you saw a trader, you saw a live trader. We are not promoting anything, we just are giving real value. So I hope you can leave us a like as a support, and so that we bring these kind of value to you guys in future. So make sure again you are subscribed to the channel, and thank you once again. And again, we will come here tomorrow, and I'll see you the same time, which is 6:30 p.m. IST. And make sure if you're from India, join the live event also. and which is going to be on 31st of January, and I'll see you there. And again, thank you so much.
I think we should make a poll in the audience for those who think Sam will trade as soon as he goes offline, and those who think
Yeah.
that he will not trade.
Let's make a poll. Tomorrow I'll update you. I'm very transparent guy. Whatever I do, even if I lost the account, I update it. So yeah.
All right, Sam. I hope you follow your plan. I'm rooting for you. I trust you will.
My
And
phone
I'm
is
sure. Put your phone in a safe with a time lock, with a time
Yeah.
slot, right? You can't open it until market is closed.
Yeah.
All right. I would like to thank everyone for watching today. Thank you for being such a great audience with your questions, your comments. We love interacting with you. Here from the Fiverr, we wish you a pleasant day. But don't forget, tomorrow is the interest rate biggest news basically on the calendar, the Forex calendar of this month. We have the Discord community having a session in about 45 minutes. Don't want to miss that. Here from the Bass Prop firm in the industry, we say goodbye to you and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.